Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. your track today.
Too good. Okay, look at me. Let me. Just want to get the safety briefing done. So basically, welcome to the second session. Let's stand for the safety briefing. Then that's when your first. So just let me get. No, not yet. We'll close it when it's time to close. So now, national safety.
1, 2, 2. A very good morning to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the three great institutions that put together this seventh edition of the Africa Emerging Markets Forum, I have the singular honor and privilege to welcome you to the second day of this event. Please give yourselves a round of applause. And to get today's session started, may we all, if we're able to, please rise for the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, may we be on our feet if you can. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please. Thank you very much. Let me once again say a very big thank you, everyone, to the second day of this event, and it's also the final day of the program. My name is Bosun Amofaye. I anchor the Arise Exchange, a Pan-African investment, economic, and financial market show on a daily basis. Economies, trade, investment, and the financial markets. A round of applause to all of you who are here this morning once again. But a bigger applause for everyone who are here in this room yesterday. Yesterday was a very warm and incisive first day, isn't it? We all enjoyed it all the way through those hours we spent. Thank you very much, everyone, for making that happen. Now, to start today's event off, may I please invite for a very brief security briefing, which the Central Bank of Nigeria took very seriously, Mr. Danladi Obehi Onosopia, who is the director in charge of security research division of the Central Bank. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the event. So, I want us to please take note of the following safety information. This auditorium has 7 emergency exits. We have 5 in front of me, and we have 2 behind. In the event of emergency, please use the nearest safe exits, which may not necessarily be the entrance you use to enter the auditorium. Bags, equipment, and personal belongings should not obstruct walkways, aisles, or routes at any time. In the event of an emergency, remain calm and follow the instructions of safety officers, event officials, and emergency responders. Do not rush, push, or return for personal belongings. Proceed orderly to the muster points and await further instructions. In the event of any medical emergency, contact safety officers or event officials, and you'll be directed to the sick bay for assistance. The restrooms are located on the left side of the auditorium lobby. If you observe any unsafe condition, notify the nearest event official or safety officer without delay. Safety officers can be identified by their high visibility orange or yellow reflective vest, like the one on my right here. Assist persons with disabilities, injuries, or anyone requiring additional support. Remember, stay alert, stay calm, follow directions, and know your exits. Your safety is our shared responsibility. Thank you for your cooperation, and we wish you a very successful event. Welcome. Thank you, Amofari.
Thank you so much for those safety protocols, Mr. Danladi Obehi. All right, so we have the second day before us. We have a couple of keynote presentations, and then we've got 4 great panels that will talk about sub-Saharan Africa, artificial intelligence. We can discuss this particular development that is now upon about 9 billion of us here on the planet. We'll also discuss urban development and, of course, a couple of other topics that have been lined up for today for those 4 sessions, including, of course, the closing ceremony and the panel that will wrap up these 2 big events. Now, let's get today started, if you wish, as we raise the curtain with the Sub-Saharan Africa's urban awakening, catalyzing economic growth and job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Carlos Mejia. Carlos Mejia is Senior urban economist with the World Bank, urban resilience and land global practice in Nairobi, Kenya. He specializes in municipal finance and urban recovery operations across sub-Saharan Africa. He's got experience bridging private enterprise and city strategy and giving us an exceptional starting point for addressing Africa's rapid urbanization. Please, Mr. Carlos, you have the floor. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here in Abuja, presenting the results of the work of our team. So what I'm going to share with you today is a preview of a flagship report of the World Bank Group, so called the Sub-Saharan African Urban Awakening. So this report will be launched in a few weeks in the fall. So I want to basically just share with you very quick insights of this report. And you guys are actually among the very first audiences to hear about this report. So the central proposition of the report is actually simple. And it is that Africa's urban transition is not primarily a demographic story. It's actually one of growth and jobs and economic growth in the region. So, and this connects very well with what we were listening yesterday from Madame Digi Ngozi and actually the Governor Cardoso about the demographic dividend and how Governor was also explaining how the population actually is growing faster than the economy. And the truth is that in this fragmenting global economy, the region's most dependable growth engine is actually domestic, and it is its own cities, it is actually its own consumer markets. So this is as much as a resilient agenda as it is also a growth agenda. So let me start quickly with a quick word on the report itself. So this report applies the World Bank Group's new jobs framework. And it takes three distinct policy spaces. So it takes the cities, it takes the peripheries of those cities, and then the towns. So, and we're going to go into those three more in detail. So this report draws on local knowledge from the African School of Economics. It also draws on spatial data science from the European Commission's Joint Research Center, and also extensive consultations, including consultations with the private sector that we organize at the regional level, so in Nigeria, in South Africa as well, and in Kenya, inviting different private sector actors from those regions. And maybe, Harinder, let me also admit a debt to this forum. 13 years ago, you had the work on Africa 2050. And there was a main question asked, that is like whether this continent, this region, will converge with the rest of the world by mid-century. So on this report, we actually provide key insights on how that convergence can actually be a reality for this region. And essentially it's about harnessing the rapid urbanization that this region is experiencing. So maybe let me just take 2 minutes to set the stage and what's happening now in the region. So if you look at the graph, I mean, between 1950 and 2025, this region added 742 million urban residents. Now, between now and 2050, it will add another 748 million, as much urban growth in 25 years as in the previous 75 years. Now, everywhere else, urbanization at this scale has come hand in hand with rapid productivity growth and structural transformation. And that's also something that Governor Cardoso was mentioning yesterday. But here in this region, we have seen that payoff of urbanization has not yet arrived. And we have seen that the GDP per capita has stalled at around $4,400, and the region still needs roughly 15 million new jobs every single year. So another interesting fact that we found on this report is that nearly half of the urban space that this region will need by 2050 is yet to be built. So whatever will get built in this decade will actually shape the urban form of the next few years and even the century. So the window of opportunity is now open, but it's also closing very fast. So this is the time to action, and this is what also the report highlights as one of the key messages. Now, why should we believe that urban areas can deliver these jobs that are needed? So we have here a bunch of economists, and you guys are also familiar with the agglomeration effects. Now, this is one of the most reliable forces in economics, and is that when firms and the workers, they concentrate, so labor markets they deepen, the firm access more diverse suppliers, and the knowledge spills over, and these are the same forces that power a structural transformation into higher value industry and services as well. So the evidence is also striking. So if we take the doubling the urban density is associated with roughly a 17% increase in wages. And this continues a World Bank economic geography tradition going back to our 2009 World Development Report. And it's a particular pleasure to say this in front of Indermit Hill, who was actually one of the lead author of this report. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the report focuses on these three typology of urban areas. So the cities, the peripheries, and the town. So for each of those three, we have different policy regulations and responses, because each one of those will require different policy responses from those governments. So starting with cities, we have around 503 million people. So some of those people, they have jobs, but mainly in the informal sector, small-scale enterprises, and they fail to cluster workers where workers are connected to those jobs. So there is a lack of clustering in these areas. Then if we take the peripheries, with 165 million people, this is where almost all the physical expansion will land. But what we have found in the report is that these peripheries are actually unprepared. So there hasn't been planning in terms of these peripheries, and this will concentrate most of that urban growth. So what can countries and governments start doing now to prepare for this urban expansion? And then we have the towns with more than 15,000 small towns, but they also remain half rural, and most of the time these towns are overlooked. So across all three of these urban areas, the same levers apply, and these are the foundational infrastructure, the regulatory environment for both the urban areas but also the businesses, and then private capital mobilization. Now, all of these are resting in governance. So there is a dedicated chapter, and as the DG was mentioning yesterday, the leadership is quite important. So all of these three are connected in this governance chapter to understand the lack of authority, ability, and also resources, and what can be done to tackle these issues. So very briefly, in terms of the cities, so the report, and you can go more in detail into the actual report, but just to summarize, I mean, we use a machine learning exercise to actually predict employment across the map. So we built a job concentration index to understand where the jobs are located in these urban areas. And what we have found is that in every size class of the cities, whether cities are large, medium, or small scale, Sub-Saharan African cities, they show a weaker jobs clustering than cities in East Asia and South Asia regions. And this is more pronounced for medium and large cities in this region. Now, let me be maybe precise with this. I mean, this is not just a density problem, it's also an accessibility problem. And this is something that you guys experience every day, going to your works in traffic, long and expensive commutes as well, and also the fragmented informal transport. So these agglomeration benefits are long forgone. So the reports also provide a couple of basically recommendations and agenda on these cities. And we don't have the time to go over all of those, but basically it's promote a job-rich clusters where firms can actually concentrate in these cities. And we talked already about the agglomeration effects when these firms clusters, the benefits that will also bring. The good thing is like we already have good examples in the region. So the reports is actually very good at bringing examples from the same regions, from other countries, like in Kenya, like in South Africa, even here in Nigeria, especially for the connecting the workers to housing to jobs. We have an example from Lagos on how they also basically partner with informal bosses. I think they're called the Danfos in Lagos, and how that's a way of integrating this informal with the formal transport system. Now, the peripheries, and I think this chart is very revealing because it shows why the peripheries actually deserve their own chapter in the report. And you can see that between now and 2050, the city populations will grow by about 85%, and their physical footprint by about 90%. If you look at the chart, I mean, comparing to other regions, no other region come close to this of Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, this expansion will happen whether or not the plans are in place or whether or not the authorities prepare for it. So I guess the only question here is whether it is going to be organized as an expansion. So you can see also in the maps here the sheer scale and speed of expansion in the region's three most populous cities, so Lagos, Kinshasa, and Luanda. And what we have seen is like where expansion on this scale outpaces planning, it becomes fragmented, usually leapfrog development, which is expensive to serve with infrastructure, destructive of agglomeration, and locking in higher costs for decades. So the important aspect here is like how can we start thinking about planning in an organized manner, knowing that this urbanization is happening and it's going to start happening and the expansion will be mostly produced in these periphery areas. Now, the report goes into detail, and this is something that you can go into the specific chapter about the peripheries, like what is the two complementary actions that a lot of local governments can start doing to prepare these periphery areas. So one is about investing in arterial grids, and it goes into details about, and supported by the literature, into the importance of like the size of the roads, at least roads of like 30 meters wide, about 1 kilometer apart, to create these arterial grids. And now the second action is within those blocks, you enable then the landowners to pool and subdivide land. So the land pooling and contributing. So this also benefits the landowners. It makes them participate of the land value capture. And then at the same time, it provides the local governments to provide the subdivision and also basically add the subdivision, but basically add also the special economic aspect of it. And this is something that we have seen in East Asia playbook, where they have also crowding in private capital by basically promoting the special economic zones integrated into those cities. And then we have the towns. So the towns this is one of the most surprising findings of the report, because actually across the cities that were studied and the countries, the household expenditure per adult in small towns is below that of rural levels. And once price and education differences are considered, they're still below that of actually rural areas. So towns, they're not only lagging to cities, they're also lagging to the countryside. So what we have seen is that many of these towns, although they have been overlooked, they have very locational advantages. Some of these towns, they are located in transport corridors, some in agricultural hinterlands, tourism assets, energy projects, and also border markets. So the policy answer for the towns is to start basically segmenting and having like a tailored approach, identify which are the low potential towns, and for these towns, invest in the people. So invest basically in focus on basic infrastructure, basic services, and connectivity. But then when you identify which are the high potential towns, you can have packages that are combining foundational infrastructure, the regulatory reforms, with also administrative reclassification where appropriate. Because at the end of the day, these towns, especially when you look at the economic corridors, they're the ones that have the potential, and they will become the future cities. So they have the potential for economic growth and also to support that economic corridor activity. Now, as I mentioned, we have a chapter dedicated basically to the governance aspect. Because at the end of the day, nothing of this will happen without the delivery of authority, capability, and finance all together. So basically, in the terms of authority, we need clear mandates where the full decentralization is distant. So we have seen that in Lagos State and Kampala. They also show this special jurisdiction model. In terms of capabilities, so the lack of skills that we have in a lot of these urban areas, it is also one of the bigger issues that we need also to tackle. So the shortage of this urban professional is also binding. And this is something that we have an example from Ethiopia's Civil Service University, and they show how to build that pipeline. And then on finance, so the resources that are needed to change and to build that capacity. So there we have seen the property tax, the land-based financing, even though those are the long-term goal, but I mean, we also need to see how to bring private capital financing into this financing of this urban expansion. Now, I will say that if you have to remember one line of this presentation is just to emphasize the message I provided at the beginning, that urban expansion, urban growth is inevitable. Now, but productive urbanization, it is a policy choice. So let me just close by basically, these are the partners and supporters that have made this the study possible. Then you can scan this QR code to be alerted when the report is going to be launched, and you can download it and be one of the first to also get access to the report. So I'm going to leave this link for now, but maybe let me with this close and just emphasize this. So the key messages of the report are urbanization is happening and it's happening fast. We have a lot of young populations moving to cities and they need jobs. So estimated is that 15 million jobs will be needed per year. So how cities, how governments, local governments start preparing to work on the cities, to expand and plan the peripheries that will allow for this expansion and for the jobs to actually be clustered to benefit from these agglomeration effects is one of the key aspects that these reports highlight. But the reports is also rich in a lot of examples that will also tell you that this is not impossible. Other countries have done it, and especially countries in the region, similar to some of these locations, have done it. So what can then the local government start doing to basically promote this urbanization at a speed that actually promote the urban jobs and urban growth? Thank you very much. Let me now introduce Professor Adamu Ahmed. He's a Vice Chancellor at Ahmadu Bello University. He's based in Zaria, Nigeria, but has come all the way here to Abuja to be with us. He's an urban planner by profession, so he will share a few remarks on the topic of urbanization in the region. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much. Let me first extend special congratulations to the Center for the study of the economies of Africa for organizing this 7th edition of the forum, but also to appreciate the organizing committee and the sponsors, particularly the Central Bank of Nigeria, for extending this invitation to me. Thank you very much. Let me begin by first congratulating Carlos Mejia for a very stimulating paper on one of the most important development questions facing our continent. The paper rightly challenges us to think of the role of cities as drivers of economic growth and job creation. Let me say again that I fully agree with the central proposition that urbanization can provide one of the most viable pathways for Africa's economic transformation. Across history, no region has achieved sustained economic growth without productive urbanization, and that's the point that Mr. Carlos kept emphasizing. The real challenge for Africa is therefore not without urbanization matters, but how to make it productive. I think these are conversations that we continue to have over the last 24 hours. Let me again remind us a very important point that Mr. Carlos has stated, that the productivity of cities derives largely from agglomeration economies and economies of scale. This arises from the advantages of location, the concentration of people and firms, larger production systems, specialization, lower transport costs, and faster exchange of goods, services, and ideas. In essence, like he has said, cities create opportunities for firms and workers to become more productive simply because they operate in close proximity to one another. I think this is by way of emphasis to remind us of where the strength of productivity in city comes from. Distinguished participants, let me also take us back to history, which reminds us that urbanization and economic growth is not a new phenomenon. The world's earliest cities, which include, through our memory, Uruk, Jericho, and Susa in Turkey and Iran, emerged because of strategic locations that facilitated trade and economic exchange. It's also important to state that Africa has an equally distinguished urban history. We could remember very well cities like Karma, Aksum, Memphis, in Sudan, Mali, and Ethiopia, including Mogadishu, derived their strength from advantages that riverine and coastal locations provided for them. We're also very clear about how Kano in Nigeria prospered as a major commercial center along the trans-Saharan trade route. And I think this is a point to remind us of the value of transportation network in aiding productive growth. The location of these early African urban centers tells us that Africa definitely is not experiencing urbanization for the first time. What is new is the unprecedented pace and character of today's urban growth. Like Mr. Carlos has said, much of the urban growth, sadly, is informal, poorly planned, and occurring without corresponding increases in productivity. This contrasts sharply with the experience of the global north, where urbanization largely accompanied industrialization and rising productivity. In that sense, Africa's current urban awakening appears more of a nightmare than a success story. As the Director General has said yesterday, yet it is a nightmare with enormous potential. If properly managed, today's urban transition can become one of Africa's greatest economic assets. Mr. Carlos has outlined several important pathways for achieving this transformation. Allow me to add a few complementary thoughts. First, Africa urgently requires new models of urban governance. Across much of the continent, cities remain governed through third-tier administrative structures with limited authority and resources. Nigeria, sadly, is a notable example of this. Yet, cities are expected to drive national economic growth. In my opinion, the goose expected to lay the golden egg cannot Sorry for that. By way of emphasis, let me repeat. The goose expected to lay the golden egg cannot remain without ownership or proper care. If we expect cities to be the most productive base for our growth, then cities must have effective governance through either the mayoral system or a much more improved administrative framework. Cities require governance institutions specifically designed to manage metropolitan economies. It's even more pressing as many African cities now extend across multiple local government jurisdictions and increasingly across national boundaries. We have seen the seamless growth of the spatial footprint that exists between Lomé, Accra, and Abidjan. This is something that will continue to happen and we need to take a closer look at. The second, we need area-based urban renewal strategies and fit-for-purpose planning, particularly for medium-sized cities like Mr. Carlos has stated. This will define the future of our great continent. Urban planning must become proactive rather than reactive. Experiences from Kigali and more recently Egypt's new administrative capital demonstrate how strategic urban development can improve investment, attractiveness, tourism, and business competitiveness. The third point, the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area cannot be realized without major investments in transport and digital infrastructure. Africa remains the least connected continent in terms of transport networks and broadband connectivity. High logistic costs continue to undermine productivity and regional trade. Distinguished participants, China's Belt and Road Initiative illustrates how corridor-based infrastructure investments can connect cities, integrate supply chains, and stimulate productive urbanization. Africa will require similar investments, adapted to its own context, to fully harness the economic opportunities of continental integration. Finally, I believe our policy responses must become integrated, and that's the point several speakers have spoken to. Urban productivity cannot be addressed through economic policy alone, nor through planning in isolation. It requires collaborative research and coordinated policies that bring together economics, spatial planning, governance, infrastructure, technology, and environmental sustainability. China's experience is a case in point. We need to learn, we need to adapt, and we need to be flexible in the way we approach the planning and development of our continent. In conclusion, Carlos has presented an important and timely paper. Africa's future will undoubtedly be urban. The real question is whether our cities will become engines of productivity or centers of persistent poverty and inequality. If we provide our cities with the right governance systems, strategic planning, infrastructure and policy coordination, Africa's urban awakening will no doubt cease to be a source of concern and become the foundation for sustained economic growth, employment creation, and certainly prosperity. I'd like to thank you for this moment. Thank you.
Please let's keep the applause going, please, for Professor Adamu Ahmed, the Vice Chancellor at the Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria, one of the prominent and distinguishing education institutions in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Also to Mr. Carlos Mejia, thank you very much for setting the pace, giving us what we need to know about urbanization and how it connects with jobs and infrastructure investment that we need across Africa. Thank you also very much, Professor Adamu Ahmed, for bringing some examples of what we can do that were already happening here. The new Cairo, as well as Kigali. Thank you. Please now, may we all please rise and welcome to the auditorium the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, as well as the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinator of the Federal Republic of the Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much for coming on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing the authority of the President of the Government of Nigeria, as well as the Minister of the Economy, coordinating the entire economy. Honorably welcome to the podium. Thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. We appreciate your presence. Let me also recognize and say thank you very much for being part of this program. May we all please be seated. Thank you very much. Let me also say a very big thank you to the Deputy Governor in charge of financial system stability, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you being here. Round of applause for him as well. And also to everyone in the room, and also to all the distinguished participants in this hall and those who are watching this online around the world. Now let's make speed, ladies and gentlemen, if you please, as I have the singular privilege and honor to introduce the next item on the agenda. And to do that, let me please introduce Mr. Indemit Gill, the Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics at the World Bank Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Indemit Gill as he comes to the podium to take on this very important aspect also of our two-day program. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It is an honor to introduce the minister, and it's a pleasure. So it's my pleasure to introduce Nigeria's finance minister and minister for coordinating the Nigerian economy, Mr. Taiwo. So I'm going to call him, I'm not going to call him honorable minister and so on. I'm going to call him Taiwo, okay? Yeah. Okay, so I have a long list of his accomplishments that my colleagues have given me, many papers here, you know, but I'm sure you know those accomplishments. He's had a successful career as fiscal policy expert and Africa tax leader in PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's led the important Presidential Commission on tax policy reforms, and he's been a professor at Lagos University and other places. But all that is in the past, Minister. What matters now is that he actually completes 100 days in his current position today. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. Now, the thing that you have to remember, though, is that Taiwo does not have one job. He actually has two, maybe 2.5. The first is as finance minister, and then the second one is as the coordinating minister for the economy. And I understand that he still chairs the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Reforms Committee. So that's 2.5 jobs, right? Now, normally, 100 days in a tough job is not a long time, and it may be unfair to put him on the spot. But these are not normal times for 3 reasons. First, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria has done a superb job of bringing inflation down from more than 30% to less than 15%. Now, but if inflation stays in double digits, you can expect the central bank to keep policy rates high. Now, which means a high cost of finance for the private sector. It means a high cost of finance for everybody in the Nigerian economy, small firms, medium-sized firms, large firms. But the central bank cannot bring the inflation rate down further without the help from the government. Okay? And I guess also the private sector, but we have the government minister here, so I'm going to talk about this. So the ball is now in Taiwo's court, in a sense. He's the most powerful minister in the government. So he has to see that, is the ball in your court? And do you see it the same way as I do? Do you see it the same way as a lot of people in this room and outside in Nigeria do? So that's the first one. The second one is that the government actually has increased revenues, it's reduced subsidies, and it's controlled the deficit. But it's not clear to people where the savings and the additional resources are being spent. Now, this is something that Taiwo will know as finance minister, and I'm expecting that he will tell us. So, Minister, you have actually said in the past that fiscal policy should improve the lives of people, not just the accounts of government. So tell us, Minister, how fiscal policy over the last 100 days has improved the lives of Nigerians, and what you plan to do over the next 100 days. So that's the second one. The third one is that while inflation has moderated and growth has stayed steady, poverty rates have gone up by one measure to more than 60%. That's 140 million Nigerians in poverty. Now, in good part, this is because of stubbornly high prices of food, fuel, and fertilizers. Now, the other thing is that unemployment among Nigeria's youth is high. By some measures, 30%, by other measures, 50%. That is a problem. Okay? Poverty is a problem. Unemployment, underemployment of youth is a problem. So we'd like to hear from you, because you're the coordinating minister for the economy. We'd like to hear from you about both these things, about poverty, about unemployment. We'd also like to hear from you about trade and industrial policy, because it affects the prices of fuels and fertilizers. So as coordinating minister for the economy, tell us what your plans are to translate the still monetary stability that Nigeria has achieved over the last 3 years into convert this stability into a broadly based growth that will help Nigeria's poor, its farmers, and its youth, but not through fiscal transfers, but through agricultural growth and job creation. Because the fiscal transfers part comes under your portfolio as finance minister. I'm talking about as coordinating minister. Now, so after 100 days as the most powerful minister in the government, you should be able to tell us 3 things. What have you accomplished in the first 100 days? What do you see as your top priorities as Minister of Finance? And what do you see as your top priorities as coordinating minister? So once again, Taiwo, I'm very sorry to put you on the spot. But these are tough times in the world, and Nigeria is at a critical juncture, and Nigerians have to do a lot. And here's the thing, I'm coming from outside Nigeria. I can tell you, you will not get much help from the world economy. You'll not get much help from abroad. With one exception, you'll get a lot of help from the World Bank, okay? We have a great economic team here, here in Nigeria, and it is ready to help you. You should tell us how we can help, and I will make sure I'll tell my colleagues, and I will also brief my boss. Yeah. Over to you now.
Good morning. Good morning. That's better. Thank you, Indemit, for setting me up. You know, actually, I didn't realize it's been 100 days. Thanks for reminding me. We had a strategy session with my team, my advisors, and some of the directors from the ministry. I think it was last week. And one of them was suggesting that they want to do first 100 days of Taiwo Edele. I said, no. It's not me that they elected to office. I don't want it to be about me. And that's because it shouldn't. It should be about the office, but I'm grateful for your remarks. So thank you once again, Indemit, Governor Cardoso, my dear brother, Harinda, Shukuka, distinguished ministers, deputy governors, CEOs, friends from across Africa and beyond. And for those from outside Nigeria, welcome to Abuja, the center of Africa's unity. We meet at a moment when the global order that shaped trade, finance, and development for nearly a century is being openly redrawn. Trade fragmentation, geopolitical conflict, commodity price volatility, and capital that has become more selective and in some cases, more political. In that environment, this forum asks the right question. Will emerging markets simply adapt to the new order or help shape it? I'd like to make the case in the next few minutes that Africa's answer must be ownership, not just adaptation. Nigeria's reform journey is a useful lens for what is possible when we own our reforms. So let me tell you briefly about Nigeria's reform journey. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, took office, he made a conscious choice: long-term economic fundamentals over short-term political convenience. The administration inherited an economy weighed down by years of accumulated distortions that discouraged investments, weakened productivity, and limited our competitiveness. Postponing reform would have cost us more than confronting it. So over the past 3 years, we have pursued one of the most comprehensive reforms in Nigeria's modern history. From foreign exchange unification, where we eliminated multiple exchange rate windows, restoring transparency and predictability, to trade finance and cross-border transactions, and then the fiscal consolidation, where we removed unsustainable subsidies that drained natural resources, redirecting capital toward infrastructure and social investment. And of course, the tax reform, where we are simplifying a system that had grown needlessly complex, eliminating nuisance taxes, and building a fairer, more competitive fiscal environment. Small businesses now enjoy significant relief and exemptions, and low-income earners are shielded from undue burden of taxation. Manufacturers benefit from expanded input VAT credits and removal of withholding tax on manufacturing activity. VAT has been removed from essential goods and services to protect vulnerable households, and we have established the Office of the Tax Ombud so that taxpayers finally have a credible channel for dispute resolution. These reforms are not simply about collecting more revenue. They're about making Nigeria more competitive, because a competitive economy is what attracts capital at scale. This is evidence, not a promise. I won't ask you to take my word for any of this. Capital has no passports, no tribe, no patriotic loyalty. It responds to evidence, not rhetoric. So here is the evidence. Capital inflows have increased significantly, whether it's FPI to FDI. The capital market is the best performing in the world for 2026 year to date. Real GDP grew 3.89% in the first quarter of this year. In dollar terms, in 2025, the economy grew 11.2%. Non-oil sector grew by 3.94% in the first quarter of this year. It's proved the economy is diversifying, not just riding on oil. Reserves have crossed $50 billion. Inflation is down meaningfully from its 2024 peak. In March, our banks completed a 2-year recapitalization exercise, raising a combined $4.65 trillion, that's over $3.5 billion, more than 70% of it from domestic investors alone. In October last year, Nigeria exited the FATF gray list. Every one of these is a fact you can verify, not a claim you have to trust. But stability is the foundation, not the destination. We are mindful that stability is not the finish line. A stable economy can still be a stagnant one if growth is weak. A steady currency can still coexist with low purchasing power if productivity doesn't improve. Every real economic transformation follows a 3-phase journey: stabilization, growth, and shared prosperity. We have done the grueling foundational work of the first phase. Our task now is converting that stability into investment, investment into productivity, productivity into decent jobs into incomes that Nigerian families can actually feel in a tangible way. Because a reform that shows up on national statistics but not on the household dining table hasn't finished its job. That is why, alongside the fiscal work, the federal government expanded cash transfers to 15 million vulnerable households, lifting an estimated 7.5 million Nigerians out of extreme poverty. And just about 2 weeks ago, Mr. President launched NG Cares, Hope, and Solid, over $3 billion initiatives in programs to strengthen primary health care, basic education, and support for displaced communities at the world level for the people who felt reform first and hardest. So let me go back to Africa's resilience, which has to be about ownership and what we have done and continue to do in Nigeria, because we own the reforms. Now, let me widen the lens, because none of this matters in isolation. In 2025, Sub-Saharan Africa grew 4.5%, its fastest pace in over a decade, even as the world around us grew less certain, not more certain. That is not an accident, and it's not a coincidence that it happened during a period of disciplined reform across many of the countries on the continent. Resilience for Africa cannot mean simply absorbing whatever shocks a fracturing global order sends our way. It has to mean building the fundamentals that let us set terms rather than simply take them. Building institutions whose word is worth something, and where regional integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area shows up in custom experience when you do international trade, and not just in communique, and a honest, evidence-led account of our risk, because huge capital has stayed away from this continent, not for lack of returns, but because the story reaching global allocators often exaggerates the investment risk on the continent. So we pay the prejudice premium. So a message to investors, financiers, and business leaders here and those watching us online. Now is not the time to wait for perfect conditions. There are no perfect conditions in economic history. The greatest opportunities of any generation emerge precisely during period of structural transformation, and we are living in one right now. We are working to simplify our regulatory environment, protect your capital, and remove the friction that costs you time and money. In return, we ask you to match our reform with your investments and your belief in what this continent is building. Nearly 3 decades ago, this forum set out to move conversation from good intentions to concrete action. I don't intend to break that tradition with a speech that offers only aspiration. So let me leave you with the arithmetic instead. $1 trillion Nigerian economy by 2030 is not a slogan, it's a target. We plan to trace reform by reform against the work still ahead of us. Building resilience amidst geoeconomic uncertainty was never about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about building an economy and a continent sturdy enough that the reform and the storm become our opportunity to seize. Prosperity is never an accident. It is the deliberate product of sound policy, disciplined execution, effective coordination, especially between fiscal and monetary authorities, and partnership between government and enterprise. The choice before us is simple but significant. We can wait for the perfect conditions to serve, to invest, and to believe, or we can seize the moments despite the imperfections and build the continent of our dreams together. Let me try and answer some of the questions Indemit posed at me. I was going to remind you. Yes. You can trust me, I wouldn't forget that. And I like the way you put it. After my appointment, I put out some statements. And one of it, or the headline, if you want to summarize, is how do you transform reforms into results? And for the results we're already seeing, how do you accelerate? So the first thing I pick from your questions is how do we complement the excellent work of the monetary authorities? We're doing that. We know we can do better. And myself and my brother, the CBN governor, have been having these conversations. And for us, we are taking it even beyond just the leadership level to the teams. And we were discussing, issues around what is it that you actually want to coordinate? What do you want to collaborate on? If the central bank sees outlook for inflation to be on the upside, and the fiscal authorities think that inflation will tend downwards, those are two assumptions, divergent, that will drive policy actions. So if you wait until those policies have been released before we harmonize or coordinate, we work at cross purposes. So we said to ourselves, we even start with the assumptions. At least when we get convinced about what is driving the assumptions, we can adopt the same assumption and then go do our work independently, ensuring that we have one purpose, one economy for one people. There's the high cost of borrowing. Thank you. So there is the high cost of borrowing in an economy where you need growth to deliver results from reforms, particularly per capita income growth. When interest rate is very high, it's difficult. But we understand why the interest rates are high, because we all need to fight inflation. That's our biggest enemy. So the question is, what can we do, given the circumstances, to still enable real sector investment that will finance our growth? So within the Ministry of Finance, we're working on a framework on how to bring down the cost of capital without introducing subsidies, because we believe we can complement the work of the monetary authorities and bring down cost of capital. There was a question about the subsidy savings. Where has it gone to? I've heard this question so many times. And guess what? It's a valid question. The combined impact of the subsidy on fuel, as well as, I like to call it subsidy on FX, right, was about 5% of GDP. So you remove both, you save money. But saving money wasn't the primary objective. It was eliminating the distortion and the corruption in the system, which is more fundamental. But the money saving is also important. See, where has the money gone to? And in a few days, you will see the detailed analysis, because we believe that we owe a duty to explain what we do to the Nigerian people. That's what transparency looks like. But in the meantime, I can give you some of the highlights. Many Nigerians will simply compare the past with the present and conclude that the reform is not working for them. Some would even say it's a bad reform. What we don't normally compare, or the question we usually don't ask, is what would have been if the reforms were not carried out? Counterfactual. Now, before the reforms, we're printing money to spend. Interest rates was about 8%. Minimum wage was 30,000 naira. If you just think about those three, those are big numbers. If you stop printing, the spending doesn't disappear. You need to finance the money you were printing before. That was part of where the savings went. Because the reforms induced higher prices, interest rates went up. So instead of paying 8% on our debt, we're paying as high as 24%. When you need to service debt, you don't debate it whether you need to pay. You can't negotiate it. You pay, and you pay on time. Minimum wage went up from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira. That's almost double the wage bill of the government. In addition to other important spending, like the NEL Fund, where over 1.5 million students received not only their tuition, but stipend on a monthly basis. And if you think that's not important enough, what it actually means is that about over 1 million households, the parents no longer have to save, borrow, and be stressed just to pay the tuition. Now they can deploy that resources into their small businesses and to take care of other important basic needs. So this is significant. So what we need to do is we'll provide a detailed explanation of how much we saved and how the money has been spent. The other question people tend to ask along with this is, why do you keep borrowing after you said you've exceeded revenue? And I tried to explain this recently, that if you have a budget to spend 10 and you have a target of revenue of 6, you need to borrow 4. If you collect revenue of 7, you have exceeded your revenue target because it was 6 you were hoping to collect. But it doesn't change the fact that you still need to borrow 3. So this is how exceeding revenue target can coexist with borrowing. And as a matter of fact, there's nothing wrong with borrowing, provided you apply it productively. For every 1 naira And every $1 that we borrow, we must add more value than the cost of the borrowing. Then the other question you raise, equally important, is that poverty has gone up and unemployment rate is high. You know, this is one area where I tend to disagree with the narrative by the World Bank. World Bank would say that poverty has gone up despite the reforms. And I say, yeah, poverty has gone up because you cannot remove subsidy and people become richer, right? The reform itself was a reset. We were living in fiscal illusions. So we needed to stop deceiving ourselves so the country can move forward. And that reset meant that income levels in real terms will fall, and that would increase poverty. But the good news is that the numbers for 2025 in dollar terms, real per capita income growth was nearly 10%. That makes Nigeria one of the fastest countries in lifting people out of poverty. We intend to sustain that. So, poverty levels will drop. We have said to ourselves that we want to measure our growth, not just in terms of real GDP, but also in terms of shared prosperity. And we develop a framework. We'd like anyone to give us better ideas, because we're always open to ideas. We said we will measure the number of Nigerians who live in multidimensional poverty, because that tells us not just about income, it tells us about access to basic needs. Number two, we will measure the increase in per capita real income growth. Number three, we'll measure the inequality by Gini coefficient. The combined measurement of those three metrics will tell us whether our growth is inclusive, whether we are lifting people out of poverty, or whether this is prosperity for just a few. Our intention is to make it prosperity for all Nigerians. Unemployment rate officially is about 5%, but we say to ourselves, you need to interpret data correctly so you can make the right policy decisions. If you have unemployment rate at 5% and you have poverty at close to 70%, then it doesn't add up. It means you have a lot of working poor. So you don't just need to create jobs, you create decent jobs. What the data we have seen is telling us is that the place where we have most of our people, over 80% of Nigerians, work in agri sector, they work in retail services. The growth in those places where most of our people work is too slow, barely keeping up with population increase. So our focus now is how can you accelerate growth where you have most of your people in employment so that they can also be productivity growth as well. And the last thing, okay, so second to the last, the other question you ask is about trade and industrial policy. We recognize that without enabling trade, whether be it within Nigeria, within the ECOWAS region, within Africa, or globally, it is difficult for you to grow. So we now have a new industrial policy, and we are complementing that with how do you debottleneck, how do you remove the impediments. We are doing some interesting analysis, and I'll just give you some highlight. It's still preliminary results. We said, how about we quantify the cost of overregulation, the cost of excessive bureaucracy. You apply for a license that should take 2 weeks, and it took you 6 months. Who is putting the cost to it? Our preliminary analysis shows that the cost of overregulation, bureaucracy, policy inconsistency is more than the combined revenue that we generate from corporate income tax, personal income tax, and VAT combined. Imagine what that means for a moment. The government can solve the most pressing problems of the country without spending a dime, almost, because it doesn't cost money to remove disincentive. One thing that is better than incentives is removing disincentives, and that's what we tend to prioritize. The other one is, you ask me, that's the last one. What are the top priorities of the Ministry of Finance and the coordinating ministry of the economy? Two things I will tell you. One, we said we have to mobilize revenue. Revenue optimization is a priority. We actually think that if Nigeria were to be generating the right amount of revenue, even interest rates would be lower. Naira will be stronger and steady, right? So when people don't realize this, when Benjamin Franklin said in these words, two things are certain, debt and taxes, this was over 100 years ago. We had not realized that today that statement is truer than it was when that statement was made. We can choose not to pay taxes and evade them, but we all pay it informally, in a disorderly manner. When government prints money to spend, that's inflation tax. They don't ask for your permission, they don't enact laws. But the 10 naira in your hand is now worth 8 naira. That's a 20% tax you just paid. Unfortunately, that disorderly manner of taxation disproportionately affects the vulnerable people more than the rich because they don't have assets that can protect them from inflation. And when you allow that to persist, you widen inequality. When inequality persists, it becomes dangerous. It's like sitting on gunpowder. It will explode. They say the poor cannot sleep because the poor is hungry. But the rich can also not sleep because the poor is awake. So it's in our collective enlightened interest to not allow the vulnerable keep suffering. They have a limit. So revenue optimization is number one. Number two, we said growth, because we need to grow. It just makes sense. And number three, fiscal discipline always. Revenue optimization, growth, and fiscal discipline. Within Ministry of Finance, we're developing a DNA. DNA means D for diligent execution. Whether it's policy, whether it's a mandate on spending, we would execute diligently. N is for national interest. We will place Nigeria's interest over and above our personal interest, sectional interest, regional interest. It will be Nigeria first and Nigeria always. And A is for accountability, because we want to be accountable. We're building a new portal for the Ministry of Finance where you will find data about Nigeria. We no longer want to be referencing the World Bank about Nigeria's data. The World Bank should reference. We will own our data, and the data will be credible. It will be accessible, and it will be timely. Thank you very much for the kind attention. May God bless you, and may God bless Nigeria, and may God bless Africa.
May we all rise, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the Honorable Minister of Finance and the coordinator of the economy for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Another round of applause, please. You know, that's what you refer to as Taiwo Oyedele's facts behind the figures. The first 100 days in office. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And the Honorable Minister, being a private sector person in his former engagements, understands what facts behind the figure means. It means that you tell the market, the investors, what you have done. So he gave us strong statistics from both fiscal and monetary policy angle about how the markets and the economy is working. Then he went on to show us what needs to be done, and finally how it will be done, not only within the African context, but also within the Nigerian context. Please, another round of applause for him. I also enjoyed, and I'm sure hundreds of you participants and delegates in the audience, the mathematics of fiscal borrowing. And that should go to the business school. Then, of course, the full subsidy report, which he says speaks to accountability, the A in the DNA. Thank you very much. And I'm sure Mr. Governor and other distinguished personalities in the room enjoyed that very well. In particular, Mr. Ndemit Gill of the World Bank. While it was the only one in the room that did not clap to the new Ministry of Finance portal when the Honorable Minister speaks about having a new portal and no longer referencing the World Bank. You have to make up with Mr. Ndemit Gill after this event somehow. We need the World Bank, and the World Bank needs Nigeria. And we thank the World Bank for all your support at all times for Nigeria. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Please put your hands together for the World Bank Group being there for Nigeria all the way since independence. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for supporting what the Nigerian government is doing on the ground. We are getting set for the first panel of the day. We have 4 panels. We have about one before lunch break, another 2 after the lunch break, and then the closing plenary, which will be headlined by the Deputy Governor in charge of Financial System Stability, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Let me thank 2 of our partners for this 7th event of the African Emerging Markets Forum. Please put your hands together again for Mr. Harinder Kohli, the founder, director, and CEO at Emerging Markets Forum. Mr. Kohli, thank you very much. He came very early with a cup of coffee and is still sitting through for the last 2 days. Let me also say thank you to the team at the Center for the Study of the Economics of Africa, CEC, Mr. Chukuma Oyekmena. Thank you very much. I'm trying to look for him also in the room, but his team are also here. And thank you very much, Mr. Governor of the Central Bank, for being such a very good host for this environment we've enjoyed for the last 2 days. Thank you very much. Now we are set to do the first panel. Please give me the pleasure to introduce the speaker. And that's Dr. Okpanachi Moses. Please put your hands together for him. He's the director of the Statistics Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria. He's a seasoned monetary economist and primary author of the featured paper, and is giving us direct access to the empirical findings behind today's discussion. Mr. Moses Okpanachi, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to crave the indulgence of the Honorable Minister and the Governor to, as we do in this country often, rest on the already well-established protocol. And for a good reason, for that matter, I have only 15 minutes, and I can't really afford to spend very little time carelessly. The paper I'm about to present was actually put together by a small team of young economists, backstopped by Dr. Nkiru and myself. And we're deeply, deeply grateful to the organizers of this forum for the opportunity to share the evidence we have gleaned from the data across 36 sub-Saharan African countries at this forum on the topic triad of fragility. Fragility is one very common, or perhaps one word that is frequently used to describe, the global south, and in particular, the sub-Saharan Africa. But today, we are going to discipline ourselves to looking at fragility from the perspective of three elements. The first being food price volatility, the second, inflation dynamics, and the third, monetary policy transmission. There are about 49 SSA countries, but owing to data limitations, we were only able to pull together 36. And indeed, we were careful not to assume that these 36 are the same. It is one of the common pitfalls we find in studies, cross-country studies, where you pull countries together and put them in as maybe because they look like one another. So we needed a marker of fragility that will enable us, split these 36 into three cohorts. And then we considered per capita income, GDP, and all the regular ones. But at the end of the day, we settled for conflict because as it turned out from our assessment, that marker offered a consistent classification of countries, which I will show you, into the three categories that across which we have done our analysis. So we have the first cohort, which is fragile and conflict-affected states. In that cluster, we have 8 countries. The second cluster is post-conflict countries, where we have 12. And in the third cluster, we have 16 countries. And I'm comforted that Nigeria is in the stable category. That's the third cluster. That gives me a lot of comfort, Honorable Minister. And thank you so very much for the job you're doing and for the work my governor and the leadership of the Central Bank of Nigeria has done in the last 3 years. So quickly, I will run through, because of time, maybe starting with what we consider the key messages. This is where I'm going to spend more time because we want to really, ensure that these messages, are ahead, because they're not only interesting, they are immensely consequential, policy-wise. And as you will realize very soon, in the course of this presentation, these consequences are very, very important for policy making across the region. Now, the first is about these 3 elements. And what we found is, interestingly, a mutually reinforcing relationship between food price volatility and inflation persistence. There are various channels through which this, but I will try to just look at one, which is that because of the nature of this country, the structure of these countries, where the average spending of the household on food is as high as between 40 to 60%, as compared to what obtains in the global north, where we'll have about 10 to 20%. When you have a shock, an adverse shock to food prices, it transmits immediately and heavily to domestic inflation. But it doesn't just stop there. There's a feedback loop. And that feedback loop is mediated by the systematic de-anchoring of inflation expectation. And that's where the monetary policy transmission mechanism becomes important. And so this is our theory. Now, from here, there's a lot to say about this, but time wouldn't permit us. I guess the paper is there, and I would urge us to look at the paper. Now, this is the classification that I talked about. 8 fragile and conflict-affected countries. We use 3 criteria. The first is the World Bank, fragile and conflict-affected list. The second is the Fund for Peace Fragile State Index. And the third is the Uppsala University Armed Conflict data. Now, I'll go quickly, skip empirics to the results, and then return to the key messages and hopefully conclude from there. Now, the first column, you find the number 0.31. That number is the index for fragile and conflict-affected cluster, which we obtained by measuring the efficiency of the transmission mechanism. Now, for stable countries, that same index, which measures how efficient the transmission mechanism is, turns out to be 0.58, approximately 60%. And for post-conflict countries, we have something around 0.4. Now, when you move to the second column, you also have very interesting statistics there. 0.58 for fragile and conflict-affected countries. And that's the pass-through, the measure of the pass-through from food prices to domestic inflation. Again, it's around 60%. It's much lower for post-conflict economies and lowest for stable economies. And then to the third, where we looked at the policy rate effect on inflation. And you have 0.08 there. Ideally, that should be a negative number because the relationship is inverse, right? But what the data has shown is that for conflict-affected countries and fragile countries, when you try to maneuver monetary policy using conventional tools like interest rate, what you get in the first instance is an acceleration of inflation rather than a deceleration. But below that, you will see what happens in stable economies where you have minus 0.16, which is what it should be and what we want it to be. For countries that are in recovery mode, post-crisis, you have minus 0.11 thereabout. Then to the fourth column, we tried to look at how food price volatility impact core inflation. That is inflation that is being, stripped of the volatile elements. And for these as well, we find in fragile context countries 0.41, and compared to much lower numbers for countries in recovery, and of course, for those considered stable. And finally, 17 years, yes, 17 years, and you're wondering what that means. Now, post-conflict, our data shows that it takes a country to be able to achieve a threshold of transmission efficiency index of about 0.42 without reforms, without external support or a deliberate action towards rebuilding. It will take such a country 10 years. But with program support, because we're able to use for this purpose IMF program support to some of these countries, that number reduces to about 6 to 8 years to be able to get to that level where monetary policy becomes relevant. Now, that's what we find. Is just what I said, the transmission efficiency trajectory. The dotted line is what happens when there is some sort of reforms, especially supported by institutions, international institutions, compelling discipline, such that whether it is just policy support or program support, you find that that dotted line gets to that, around that 0.4 index point, somewhere around 8 years. But without that, the thick dark line underneath tells you how long, and then you have the 18. But we also have the next one, which is inflation response to global shocks, price shocks. And for this purpose, we used 4 episodes. First being the 2007-2008 food price crisis, global. Second being the 2010-2011, then the 2015-2016, and the latest being the 2020-2022, the wheat crisis and then the COVID. And the simulation shows very clearly. The lowest line there presents what happens for stable economies. Now, when there's a global food shock, of course, inflation tends to move up, but then converges over about 5 quarters, and you see that convergence, it returns to the lower axis. But for these other countries, there is a sharper response, and then it never converges, right? That's the evidence there. Then on the third figure there, where we looked at inflation response to monetary policy tightening. Again, see, for stable countries, there's an increase in policy rate, for example, right? That transmits to an impact on inflation rate, and then you see convergence happening. But for these other economies, and the dotted line is the most troubling, that's active countries that are in active armed conflict. It doesn't ever get to the negative section. It remains up there, irrespective of how much you maneuver using conventional monetary policy tools. So as my time is running out, let me go back to the main messages and then conclude from there. Now, the first is the mutually reinforcing triad, which we've talked about. The second is that, on the basis of this study, central banks in countries that are in conflict, in countries that are just exiting, that are not stable, let's put it that way, must apply demand-side tools with caution. What is critical, like we have found, is that there need to be more investment or more effort towards restoring or stabilizing the food system as the first thing to do. Now, from number 3, the message there is that, frameworks need to be context-specific. Nigeria is in the process of transiting to inflation targeting. Why this is sensible and why this has a very strong, backing empirically is because we have been able to reform, some of the elements through which this can become useful. Now, so it is important in choosing policy framework that specificity, where a country is in terms of its policy environment, should be a major consideration of policymakers. Then sequencing reform, which also relates to the very first point, or the second one, is about certain things have to ambitious about deploying certain policies, be they fiscal or monetary. But for monetary policy in particular, the sensitivity to market conditions, its sensitivity to economic environment, its sensitivity to external conditions dictate that we have to reform institutions, we have to reform processes to be able to meaningfully deploy them. And I'd like to conclude by saying, in all of this, reforms matter a great deal. Thank you so very much.
Let's keep that round of applause, please, for our presenter. Thank you so much. And now let's put a little flesh and drill down a lot more into that presentation, as I have the privilege and the honor of inviting these distinguished panelists. And please welcome to the podium Professor Aliyu Rafindadi Sanusi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the Ahmadu Bello University and a former member of the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee. He has dual expertise in academic research and top-tier monetary policy formulation, which will enrich this conversation on policy transmission. Thank you very much for coming, Professor Rafindadi. Also welcome Professor Joseph Nana, who served as a chief economist at the Development Bank of Nigeria. Dr. Nana also was a leading researcher on macroeconomic stability and financial inclusion. He's got expertise, analytical work on credit systems and economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa, and adding crucial insight on sustaining development through market volatility. Thank you very much, Professor Nana, for coming. And also joining this panel is Dr. Mustafa Abiodun Akinwumi, a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria and a former Honorable Commissioner for Finance for Lagos State of Nigeria. He brings econometric expertise together with state-level fiscal leadership to today's discourse on inflationary pressure. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Please give me a round of applause. And joining the panel as well is Haruna Niang, a prominent Malian economist, a former minister of Industry, Trade and Investment Promotion of Mali. Please welcome him to the stage. He led economic strategy within a post-crisis state on bringing frontline governance expertise on mitigating food price shocks and structural instability. And now, the moderator for this panel is none other than Miss Lourdes Casanova. Put your hands together for her. She is the Gail and Rob Kanizara Director of the Emerging Markets Institute and a senior lecturer at the Cornell University. She got a research and emerging market strategies experience, and she's ideally suited to moderate this conversation on inflation, policy transmission, and vulnerable economies. Madam, you have the floor on the panel.
Thank you very much, Minister, Governor. I teach about emerging markets, so today is a privilege to be here in Abuja, my first time in Nigeria. We published a ranking of the biggest emerging markets, and Nigeria was always there till 2023. So I'm waiting for Nigeria to be back, and after this conference, I'm sure we'll be back very soon as the leading economy in Africa. That's the place where Nigeria should be, and hopefully will be very soon. I am going to request you to refrain from applauding till the very end of the panel, because in the interest of time. So this paper is a tremendous paper with tremendous consequences, and I would say not only for sub-Saharan Africa. My first research was emerging markets in the 1990s, was mainly Latin America. Latin America was going through a major crisis, the famous debt crisis. And let me tell you that Latin America didn't take 17 years to recover. It took 24. Till 2014, Latin America didn't recover the GDP per capita that had in the 80s and didn't recover the poverty levels of the 1980s. So 24 years. So Africa is doing better than Latin America because it takes only 17 years and less if with the World Bank and the IMF help. So the consequences of the findings of the paper are very wide, not for sub-Saharan Africa, but for emerging markets overall. So super interesting research, so thank you very much. So if inflation is primarily structural rather than monetary in emerging markets, are policymakers in emerging markets using the appropriate tools? So again, World Bank here, have you given the right advice for emerging markets that have been great followers like Latin America and now Nigeria? And how countries emerging from this crisis can reveal the monetary credibility, how you manage the naira, that the foreign exchange, foreign trading, foreign currency trading is the biggest financial asset. 4 trillion a day of currencies are being traded. How can, I'm not saying Nigeria, Brazil with 360 billion in reserves, fight that, 4 trillion a day versus 360 billion. Nigeria has done a tremendous job and has now $50 to $60 billion reserves. So in this very unstable equilibrium, how you manage currency stability, open and you let the currency float like Brazil does. Brazil currency has gone from 1.2 to 6 and now back to 5. How you can plan corporations, how can governments plan with this tremendous volatility? Extremely difficult. So we have a great group of panel members, and I'm going to request them to do first the opening remarks. Again, a very important subject, key to emerging markets, and probably seeing, I am in the US, in Cornell University, and I see the pressure of the current government to the Fed. So, of course, central banks right now are being questioned from different places, and of course they need guidance. They need to see what they have to do. So please let me start with my colleague, Aliyu. You are also in academia, so please, what are your opening remarks? So each one of you has 5 minutes for the remarks.
Thank you very much, Professor Casanova. Let me begin by congratulating the authors for an excellent paper. I like econometrics. I care about methodology, so I took my time to go through it, and it's convincing. And what struck me the most was not the methodology, was not the econometrics, and not even the results, actually. But the question the paper seems to be asking, whether we're sometimes expecting monetary policy to carry, the burdens that are not squarely rested in its space, especially when the inflation numbers we see depend so much on deeper structural conditions. And I'm saying this from the vantage point of someone who sat in the MPC room, who were confronted with data, figures, so convincing by the same Opanachi and his team, that really tells me that these issues causing inflation are actually structural. And food is the culprit. There is just nothing to doubt that what is pushing inflation at that moment is actually supply side. And as an academic, as a monetary economist who believe in, this role of central bank, role of monetary policy, the mandate is really price stability, and as aware of the problems associated with failing to do something or to appear to do something, or the credibility concern, the reputational damage. What do you do? So for me, this is an interesting paper and an interesting issue, because this paper is bringing now figures I can see and relate with. So I proposed, it made me reflect on three major things, and this is what I'm going to bring out. The first reflection was sequencing. The sequencing argument the paper presents. The paper suggests that restoring monetary effectiveness is not simply a matter of choosing the right interest rate. In fragile environments, functioning markets, strong institutions, and effective financial intermediation are not just desirable, they are part of macroeconomic stabilization itself. So structural reforms are therefore not merely complementary to monetary policy, they are preconditions for its effectiveness. My second reflection is that the central banks cannot carry the burden of stabilization alone. Where inflation is driven largely by disruptions in food production, supply chain, and market access, monetary and fiscal policy becomes complement rather than substitute. Measures that improve agricultural productivity, transport infrastructure, market integration strengthen the very channels through which monetary policy is transmitted. My last reflection is relating to Nigeria, and this is important. I am extending the argument from the paper. You see, what is hidden in the large number is that Nigeria, on the aggregate, is placed under the stable countries, and he celebrated it. However, if you look at the latest inflation figures, within Nigeria, when the average food inflation aggregate is 17.3%, there are states in Nigeria that record 53%, 43%, and 41%. What does that mean for me? That even within a country, this transmission efficiency can be an issue we begin to look at, especially where conflict is important. So is Nigeria safely within the stable countries, or should we push the argument to even within the stable countries there are pockets that transmission of monetary policy may not translate into food on the table, like the Honorable Minister said. Thank you very much.
We'll move now to Joseph Nana from the Development Bank in Nigeria. Development banks are now back in fashion again. So what is your opening remarks?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the topic. So I'll be brief because my colleague over there has basically said a great deal about the paper. But I want to congratulate the statistics department's team for the work well done. I'm a big fan of econometric models, and I thought it was quite interesting and, quite frankly, it's insightful to see the recommendations as well. But from the development finance, lens, we like to see things from a framework of, if you will, solutions. So during the course of the panel, my job squarely would be to proffer some tangible solutions that we can take away from the paper and see some inclusive growth really achieved. But more importantly, though, from a DFI lens, we understand too well that food is essentially the major issue that fragile states and emerging markets tend to face, because a lot of their funds are channeled towards, buying food and so on and so forth. And the reality here is this: the paper squarely looks at food as the major source, because oftentimes we don't really appreciate the vulnerable households and MSMEs who are actually have a lowest savings propensity. To that end, I firmly believe when we consider the paper in totality, we tend to see that monetary policy has its own limitations. And thankfully, I understand the Minister of Finance in his speech also mentioned how important it is for fiscal and monetary policy coordination. And sequencing of policy has been said over and over again here, and I will re-echo that sentiment, because it's not just having the governor and the Minister of Finance in the same room, but actually the teams, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, to work in the background to actually agree on the data. That way, planning, implementation can coexist and produce tangible outcomes for inclusive growth for all in society. So from a DFI lens, we are looking at a situation whereby everyone, no matter who you are, has better access to finance. And not just to say access, we mean that you can actually go into a bank and secure a loan for your business. And that means a lot of things to a lot of folks. But ultimately, I think when we begin to see a situation where poverty or multidimensional poverty is reduced and folks have more savings in their bank account, we act differently. Just thinking about it so I used to teach in Oklahoma State University, and a lot of the students I taught were first-time students in university. Their parents are actually farmers and so on. And Oklahoma, incidentally, has the same type of economy like Nigeria: agriculture, oil and gas. When there's a shock in price for oil and gas, unemployment shoots up, everybody thinks the world's come to an end. That's the reality. But the truth of the matter is this: when you see what the tangible outcomes that we observed in the state of Oklahoma, for example, FM means farm to market. There's a plethora of farm to market roads that allows ranchers. A true story. I was driving to campus one day and a cattle crossed the street. That happens all the time, by the way. And they have geotagging for all their cattle. And the neighbor quickly called his friend, "Hey, Bill, by the way, one of your cattle got out of and he immediately brought it back to the ranch." So these types of things need to occur in Nigeria. So farm to market roads, access to market is actually a precursor to solving some of the problems we have in food, especially when it comes to food inflation. But I don't want to go too deep into my expose, if you will, but I would say this. Ultimately, the name of the game here is achieving inclusive growth, and hopefully at the end of this conversation, we'll have tangible takeaways to achieve that. Thank you.
So, no applauding, please, till the end. So we have moved from Sub-Saharan Africa to Latin America and now to Oklahoma. And let me tell you that upstate New York, where I live, Ithaca is upstate New York, a very rural area and similar problems, definitely. So this is a paper with consequences everywhere. So now let me move to Mustafa Kinkunmi, who is member of the Monetary Policy Committee at the Central Bank, and your opening remarks will be very important because you are there.
Sure, thank you very much. I actually enjoy reading the paper, and it's homecoming for me. It's pulling different countries in panel and pull them together. So countries like Rwanda, Sierra Leone, DR Congo comes to mind. But in post-crisis countries, fragile economics, household typically spends 50 to 70% of their income on food. In those economics, nobody cares about what the Monetary Policy Committee did with the standing facility corridor. What they look at is the price of staple food, in our case, Gary. So, if institutional credibility is weak, food price takes over, meaning a price jump. So, onions, tomatoes, anchors inflation expectation faster than a central bank press release, communique. So, how do we go about this? First of all, you speak the language of the streets, which CBN has been doing. Acknowledge the supply realities. Stop pretending interest rate hikes can grow crops faster. CBN doesn't own a farm, right? So, we admit that monetary policy cannot cure a bad harvest, builds far more trusting than climbing rate hikes, right? Localize the outreach, the radio outreach. Deliver straightforward, plain language narratives. The communique, again, to the public. Intentional credibility. That credibility isn't something you find under a rock. It's built intentionally through transparent, consistent message over time. The governor said it yesterday. And lastly, we're in the point of AI. And after post-crisis, you can actually move away from the typical macro statistics and focus on predicting the weather conditions. And so we can grow more foods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, you have been there, you have been Minister of Industry and Investments Promotion in Mali. So Haruna Niang, how is your views on this subject?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to first start by thanking the organizer of this forum, especially our friend Koli, who is doing a good job. I think his idea of getting Africans get together and reflect and own their own ideas is very important. I would like also to thank the governor for the Central Bank of Nigeria for, sponsoring this forum, which is a wonderful thing to do. And we are honored by the presence of the finance minister, and we have listened to his roadmap. And I agree really with the strategy, the vision that you are putting forward. I'm sure it will be successful. And I'm saying that because of my experience, because I am a retired economist, and I have seen a lot of things. So I can tell you that your vision is correct. It just needs to persistent, and also to put in what I would call evaluation time to time, because we cannot master all the factors that are implicated in real life. I would like in that to quote Einstein. Einstein used to say that a theory that does not prove if the theory is not verified empirically in real life, it's just information. We need to know that. And for us Africans, coming to these topics, development in general, and especially for fragile, I think that we need really to follow one of the things that you said, ownership. In anything that we are doing, if we don't own the ideas, if we don't internalize what we are doing, we fail. So first thing I would advise to the young generation is trust yourself. Believe in yourself. And you are capable of, doing a lot of things, but you have to try. So if we dare action, if we dare doing things, then we are sure that we get result. And even if it's failed, it's a lesson that, we are learning. So let's not be afraid of failing sometimes, because failing can teach us a lot of things. Now, coming back to these topics on fragile, countries have been labeled as fragile. I'm sometimes, very skeptical on labeling, because labeling does not portray the real situation. It's just, the image that you put on things. So let's be very cautious. We call it fragile or post-crisis, but economies are not the same. So you really have to specifically know all the details and be able, to work on that. So that's what I would say on, this. Now, in case of Mali, for instance, or some of the West African countries like Burkina, we are having problems now due to insecurity. Everybody knows it. But because of trust and faith and hard work, we see that our economies are being very resilient. Now, the relationship between inflation, food price, and monetary policy, I have a paper that I written that maybe I can share later on.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, let's have a vision, and from that vision, let's have a strategy, and from that strategy, let's have a plan, action plan, with quantified goals, and let's do evaluation periodically. This way, I'm sure, we will solve.
Thank you very much. Yep. And by the way, no applauding first. No, please don't applauding. So we are moving to one question per panel member, and you have 2 minutes to answer. You have been wonderful, your contributions to the discussion, and also you have kept the time, and that's why not only me, but the public is very, very happy. So the first question will go to my colleague, academic Aliyu Sanasu Rafindadi. So the paper finds that monetary policy transmission in fragile states, we have found that not only fragile states, but many other parts of the world, is almost entirely impaired. If interest rates tools no longer work effectively, what should be the primary stabilization instrument in these economies?
Thank you very much.
A simple question.
A very simple question and straight to the answer, I believe. You see, I would not substitute one with another, unless we're looking at the wider stabilization policies as also instrument. So this is my point. And you see, this is in the context of, if you like, fragile states. And I brought a dimension that says even within an economy, there may be some fragile places. So the point is this, in my opinion, the paper is asking us to sequence rather than substitute one instrument for another. And this sequencing requires collaboration. And when the Honorable Minister was talking about their relationship with the central bank, it was music to my ear, a situation where the finance is asking the central bank where they need. So these other structural issues, we should begin to see them as stabilization that make the environment within which monetary policy instrument work better. So the point is, make the instrument work, the environment better for the instrument to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the question 2. Food price shocks appear to have a stronger and more persistent effect on inflation in fragile states than in stable economies. So how can governments, and that goes to Joseph from the Development Bank of Nigeria, so how can governments reduce this vulnerability without resorting to subsidies, or subsidies should be back?
Thanks for the question, Lourdes. So subsidies is not necessarily a bad thing. So it has to be time-bound. That's the key. But to answer directly, because we know food is a major consumer of household costs. And in fragile states, emerging markets broadly, they feel that impact almost instantaneously. Your marginal propensity to spend reduces automatically. But to answer the question specifically, I would say 4 key pillars are necessary ingredients for governments in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan African countries and emerging markets broadly. The first, investments in irrigation. So if you invest in irrigation, you permit year-round farming. Additionally, storage facilities, and I've mentioned this so-called farm-to-market roads. So access to markets are key, and the roads from the markets from the farms to the markets are quite critical. That's 1. 2, and perhaps more importantly, expanding access to improved seeds. So lately, I've read, we've been buying and importing inputs. And I think we need to do more as a country in emerging markets broadly to internalize and have a way within each country to do just that. And doing that means fertilizers, seeds that ultimately help us produce better crops and resilient to, if you like, global warming. Of course, supporting smallholder farmers. This is just providing them with better access to finance. Yes, the market conditions for single-digit interest rate is not there, but imagine a world where you can actually ring fence this and have key smallholder farmers have access to credit for this limited time frame to produce enough for a region, for a state, maybe for the nation. Reduce post-harvest losses. How do you do that? By investing in cold chain infrastructure. In developed countries, you see cold chain infrastructure all the time, whether it's in storage facilities, there are organizations that have refrigerators. And we have, if you like, in rural communities where you have rural electrification through solar panels and so on. You can achieve this notion of storage facilities in cold chain infrastructure with ease if you just target just the key areas where crops are produced, whether it's the middle belt in the north or even in the south, as it were. Warehouse and silos are another way to reduce post-harvest losses. And let's not forget commodity aggregation centers. That's critical. And if I may also add a couple of more policies in terms of trade. So predictable trade policies are quite key. And I say this because when you take a look at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, their implementation, if you go around, I've gone around a lot of conferences, workshops, and so on. I've spoken to a lot of businesses, small businesses who facilitate trade across borders, and the corresponding bank and the customs officials and so on. So there's a lot of sensitization that is required across borders in order to enable a free flow of goods to achieve this notion of predictable trade policies. And finally, if I dare say this, establish strategic grain reserves. I know in Nigeria we have this, but other countries may not. But this grain reserves is critical because we need some incentives in order for people to buy into the idea. That way, in periods of downtime, government can release these reserves to help bolster and protect, by and large, everyone. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Excellent recommendations. I visited the headquarters of the African Common Free Trade Agreement in Accra, and of course the regional trade has not increased much in the 5 years in the 5 years since the launch of the African Common Free Trade Agreement. So and why, we asked why, and they said Nigeria needs to embrace it. So Nigeria needs to take the leadership of this trade agreement. So thank you very much. We'll move now to the question 3. The paper emphasizes that financial sector weakness and informality are major obstacles to effective monetary transmission. Practical reforms that can accelerate this financial deepening, and we have had discussions regarding mobile payments, sometimes mobile payments launched by the central bank, as it is the case of Brazil, or by the what is called the technological stack in India, UPI. So what should be done? Very specific, like Joseph has been very specific in his recommendations. Haruna, please.
Let me say that one of the big problems in Africa is really the financial sector. And also I think that most of the development policies that we have been carrying is concentrating into cities. So the villages sometimes are being forgotten. If you see public investment in general, it's in the cities where you have all the facilities and all of that. And the villages, since colonial period until now, are being abandoned. And we need to change that. We need to turn our villages into what I would call productive villages. We need to get some autonomy, be able, to produce, be able to integrate the value chains at national, regional, and international level. How can we do that? There is a minimum investment that is necessary in each of the villages. Very simple. We are lucky as Africans to have a lot of sun. And the technology into solar energy have developed. There has been a lot of progress. The prices has gone down, so why not think of a way to invest in each village so that they can get, irrigation, and also mechanization of agriculture. These are, the things that we have not been doing that we should do. Just think of a possibility for a village. A whole year, you have water, you have energy, so you can, cultivate whatever crops the market need. This is something that we can do. And believe me, we need to rethink our development in terms of where to invest, who should benefit from public investment, and how to make sure that the cities are not the only one, because they are the ones making noise, politically, very, and we just put everything there. And that is not, for me, the solution to development. And so financial system is an issue. Why? Because these villages and poor people don't access to financing. And for that, I wrote a paper where I said that maybe we should encourage what I call popular shareholding. With a small amount savings, we should help them to take shareholding, into investment clubs, that can create, because when you have a project, you would like to do something in Africa, the only way is to get a credit from the bank. But banks are not ready to do everything, and they cannot do everything. So we need equity, and the equity market is weak. The equity market is weak. So let's organize, in a way, equity market that would allow, everybody to save and to be able to invest. Whether you invest by creating your own company, or you can invest by taking shares into some of us. So these are the ideas that I think we should do in the future, and I'm sure, if we are able to solve the financial impediment to development, if we are able to solve it, and also to organize the value chain not only on a local, national, and regional level, I'm sure, the development will be accelerated in most African countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And the fourth question will go to Mustafa Akin Kunmi. So as we heard from the paper says that these post-conflict economies appear to require many years, 17, I said 24 for Latin America, before monetary transmission becomes effective again. So what should be policymakers prioritize? And we have here the minister and the governor. Please.
Thank you, Lourdes. You can't, after conflicts, it's like recovering from a major surgery. You can't run a marathon on the way home from the hospital. First of all, you have to rebuild the banks, roads, payment system, infrastructure, restore food supplies, physical discipline, and more importantly, public confidence. Only then you can ask interest rates to do the heavy lifting. You don't expect a broken transmission to win a Formula One. You fix the gearbox first, right? So with that said, the first thing is to collaborate with the physical. And Honorable Minister, I'm not pointing at you. The physical is agriculture, transportation, maybe not even finance, NSA, security. Fix the supply side, invest in rural infrastructure, because it's at the end of the conflict, and that is what the countries like Rwanda and the likes did. You rebuild the financial plumbing, you get money into the actual economy, expand using today's network, the digital banking, and discourage, because banks, after conflicts, will sit on all this cash to get risk-free rates. So we have to be sensitive to that. But more importantly, do not print money. That is how you lose credibility very, very fast. And again, lastly, rather, you fix the Wi-Fi. You know, if you don't have the Wi-Fi, you can't send the email. So in the paper, it talks about the policy rates transmission. It's practically turned off. You know, theta is around 0.31, which means raising interest rates in a broken banking system is like shutting down a disconnected phone line. And all this can be achieved by financial inclusion and discourage the physical side from crowding out the private sector. So the takeaway, back again, plain communication, no deficit printing. I think we both agreed on that. Secure supply chains, and that turns out to credibility.
But we all printed money during the pandemic. Why not now? If it's a crisis situation, even the World Bank gave us permission to print money, encouraged to print money everywhere.
Thank you.
But very interesting. Okay, so we will not have time for questions from the public. Sorry, but we all want to go for lunch. But I'm going to ask one question to each panelist, including Dr. Let me see the name, Dr. Okpanachi. So my daughter always tells me, please, Mama, don't give me advice, but I am the oldest of 8 brothers and sisters, so I'm used to a lot of advice. So I'm going to ask each panel member to give a recommendation to the Minister of Finance, a priority, and the governor. 1 minute advice, and we can write it down and give it to them later on. So please, each of you, and we'll start with Joseph to my left, and we continue each one priority right now in this situation, in view of the paper, what should be a priority for the World Bank, the finance minister? Joseph.
Excuse me. Well, a priority in view of the paper, in my mind, would be to essentially focus on those at the bottom of the pyramid, because we know there's a multidimensional poverty rate is quite high in the country. I think the chief economist for the World Bank alluded to 140 million Nigerians are somewhat in multidimensional poverty. So I think to kind of reduce those numbers, a good starting point would be to focus on those folks. What speaks to their pressing needs? If it's to have better savings, then it means that if they're spending their monies on food, let's cure that. Mm-hmm. So first of all, this notion of social safety net should be targeted, time-bound. 2 would be to essentially focus on ensuring we have food security, which speaks to my original point on irrigation, year-round irrigation, so investments in that category, and so on.
Thank you. Mustafa?
Thank you.
Printing money?
Sorry?
Printing money? You said no.
No, look, let's be real for a second and give credit where credit is strictly due. The CBN has actually been doing some heavy lifting lately. We've seen real foreign exchange stability. The banking recapitalization train is moving. The volatility of food prices is stable. And our economy somehow absorbed a whole Iran-US war without, any shock at all. Honestly, the governor is not here, but in his absence, I think we should give him a round of applause.
So, Haruna?
Now, what's the way forward?
Sorry. Yeah, please.
The way forward is physical coordination. The minister's left. Get banked off the Serbian debt couch. Let's discourage that. Keep the inflation targeting framework flexible. Right? Drag the shadow economy into light and master its supply, not demand narrative. Once again, goes back to the communication by the central bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haruna?
What I would say is development requires a lot of factors.
One priority.
The priority is to identify what are really the vital factors that can help the country to move fast, and also to coordinate different instruments, monetary policy, fiscal policy, training. All these factors have to be implicated and to be lifted together. You don't rely on one factor. You have to rely on multi-factors and get them moving. And this way, with coordination, I'm sure you can succeed.
And then Aloye, and then Moses. One priority.
To the central bank governor. Stay the course. Stay the course because you are regaining credibility for monetary policy. We are not. We are a stable economy. Tighten has worked and is working. You cannot do everything. You cannot carry the burden. However, you have a friend in the Ministry for now of Finance. You have the support of Mr. President, where you see that inflation is coming from supply side food. Seek support. Let the reform, let the intervention in the supply side be viewed as stabilization rather than developmental. And to the finance minister, I think the collaboration you're initiating with the central bank is long overdue. However, is in itself fragile. Let's try and institutionalize it. The present institutional arrangement for fiscal and monetary policy coordination, to tell ourselves the truth, I was there, is not working. It's not working. Working in the sense that this paper requires us to view these supply side issues, structural issues, as part of stabilization. So those are my two messages to the minister and to the central bank governor.
Thank you. And Moses?
Thank you. Leaning on the paper or the central argument of the paper.
One recommendation, not three, one.
Yes, just one. I would say both of them should continue to work together to improve the transmission mechanism so that policy can become even more effective than it is at the moment. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists for a rich and insightful discussion. We are all available during lunch for questions. All of us are available. So since we are going to lunch, please feel free to ask questions. The key takeaway, I think, orthodoxy, collaboration of the different ministers. The crisis is big. So the situation, to improve the situation, you need collaboration. We have to collaborate the different ministries, the central bank, and then the remainder of the 61% of the population in Nigeria that is under the poverty line, out of which 33% are extreme poverty, which means that they have difficulty eating the 3 meals a day. So the reminder of financial inclusion, of course, the need for growth, orthodoxy, stay the course. So very interesting. Thank you very much. And now please just join me in an applause to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Casanova. Please, my panelists, please remain seated for a few seconds, if you don't mind. I have an important announcement. While this panel was going on, I got an important message from the food basket. And the message is that there'll be no lunch. The lunch is cancelled because the word food has been mentioned in this room more than any other time since we started this 2-day event. So the food basket kindly begged me to announce that they are stressed for their names being mentioned too often by these panelists. Please give a round of applause. There's no better panel to take you to lunch, to whet your appetite. They're mentioning food, 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 food for the last 45 minutes. Now we're going to go to lunch. Now let's have the panelists. Group photograph, where are they? Over there. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Please, just give them a few seconds for them to go over there to just stay. Okay, you can stay here and just take the first group of photograph. And I will ask my deputy governor, Mr. Lamido Yuguda, in charge of FSS, to join them on the podium, please, for this group photograph. You kindly stay in the middle, Mr. Deputy Governor, please. We have the cameras ready, please. All right, thank you, everyone. Give it a little smile on F, which is food. I hope we remember how we proceeded yesterday. Yes, our speakers and others will go straight to the cafeteria. You just take a few steps to your right and you find the cafeteria. Okay, I just been informed, I mentioned the food guys are stressed and they were hearing me at the kitchen and the rest of us. So at the foyer, we'll just do about 5 minutes coffee break, then we'll go to proper lunch. So please, let's stay at the foyer for about 5 minutes. All right. Ma'am? It's an hour. Yes. The food basket says they don't want us to eat too much food. So we're going to take very small food and come back. Next time, don't talk about food too much. And that's the warning I got. Please, we expect members of the staff of the Central Bank of Nigeria not to go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is reserved for all the delegates that are here from the outside. And that includes myself, because I haven't gotten my employment letter yet from the Central Bank. So, thank you very much. Let's do 5 minutes at the foyer for tea and coffee break. Then food will be ready in about 5 minutes. Please remember your mobile phones, your laptops, please keep them safe. Yeah, the coffee break. Yeah, coffee break first. Yes, coffee is served at the foyer. Immediately you exit these 3 doors, please. Coffee is there towards the right or left side of the auditorium as soon as you step out. So let's do coffee break networking first, then we will have lunch. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, and see you back in about an hour. Thank you.
Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. your track today. Purchase your track today. track today. Purchase your track today.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's put our hands together for ourselves for coming back from that tea break. And we want to make speed. Please put your hands together for the three great institutions assembled together for the 7th Africa Emerging Markets Forum. Please be seated. As we welcome all our delegates and our keynote speaker to start the afternoon session and the remaining panels for this two-day event. May I formally say a very big thank you to Mr. Harinder Kohli of the Emerging Markets Forum and the team led by the Executive Director at the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa. And once again, thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for hosting all of us here. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, and thank you all delegates. Now, let me make speed by inviting Mr. Musa Nakoji, Director of Research here at the Central Bank of Nigeria, to set the tone for the next item on the agenda. Please, you have the floor. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like my friend, Dr. Panachi, let me stand on the existing protocol. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker in the person of Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ode, the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a lawyer par excellence, academic and public administrator. He brings to public service an extensive experience in law and corporate management and justice administration. Before his appointment as the minister, he served as the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of Enugu State. As minister, he oversees Nigeria's policy direction in innovation, science, and technology, with particular attention to research, commercialization, technological development, skills, and innovation-driven enterprise. His work includes the Energize Commercialization Initiative, which seek to connect research and innovation with markets, investment, and productivity. For the first time, as a researcher, I'm hearing the word research commercialization. Dr. Kingsley has a rich perspective on the role of science, technology, and innovation in strengthening economic resilience, raising productivity, and supporting inclusive growth across Africa and other emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be at this very important event, especially because it touches on the economies of Africa. And we are very passionate about the growth of our economy as a country and the growth of the economies of Africa. Before I came in here, I had a conversation with the Deputy Governor and my friend seated in front here about the importance that Nigeria holds in the advancement, the growth of economy, and taking of the rightful place of Africa in world economy and development. If Nigeria does not succeed, he said, Africa will not succeed. So I come with that sense of responsibility today to celebrate the organizers of this event that has offered a platform for us to engage in conversation that would make us have a rethink, not just as government, but as stakeholders. Everyone here is a stakeholder in economy, stakeholder in the country, stakeholder in this continent. So thank you, CBN, led by my friend Cardozo and the organizers of this event. So thank you very much. So I've been given the responsibility to speak on artificial intelligence, innovation, and Africa's economic transformation in a changing global economic order. And of course, the examples I will give, the illustrations I would bring, would dwell largely on Nigeria, especially recognizing the role that Nigeria would play, and it's actually playing in the success of the economies of Africa. This forum, I know, has examined some of the most pressing issues confronting Africa and emerging economies: global economic uncertainty, monetary policy challenges, regional integration, financial resilience, foreign investment, and inclusive growth. These discussions have taken place against the background of a rapidly changing economic growth, or that characterized by geopolitical tensions across the world, technological disruption, geoeconomic fragmentation, supply chain realignment, and increasing competition for technological leadership. In many respects, we are witnessing a fundamental restructuring of the global economy. For example, nations are no longer competing. Hello. So nations are no longer competing solely on natural resources, labor costs, or market size. Increasingly, competitiveness is being determined by the ability to generate knowledge, develop technology, harness innovation, and translate scientific advances into economic values. In this new era, artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most transformative technologies of our time, and that is why we're speaking on this today. However, AI is not merely a technological revolution, it is increasingly becoming a productivity revolution, a competitiveness revolution, and potentially a development revolution. The critical question before Africa is therefore not whether artificial intelligence will transform the global economy. The real question is whether Africa will become an active participant in shaping that transformation or remain largely a consumer of technologies designed elsewhere. And I know we here would answer that Africa should not be left behind. We should participate in this. We should not lag behind. We should actually attempt to take leadership. This is because throughout history, sustained economic transformation has been closely associated with technological progress. The Industrial Revolution that transformed Europe, North America, and later East Asia were built upon scientific discoveries, technological innovation, and the ability to commercialize knowledge. Countries that successfully moved from poverty to prosperity invested heavily in research, technological capability, innovation ecosystem, and human capital. And let me say that because I understand the importance of commercializing knowledge, that is why on assumption of office, the initiative that we took upon ourselves to drive, and were fortunate to get the support of the Nigerian First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, is what we refer to as the person that introduced me said, energize commercialization now. Because as the Deputy Governor had mentioned, we do not lack research institutions in Nigeria. We have research institutions that date back to pre-colonial era. Research institutions that helped Nigeria have food security when we did not even have the number of population, opportunities, and fund revenue that we have today. So the question is, what is the missing link? And one of the things that we identified, as we are good with research, we have many research institutions, very few of these outcomes are translated to products and services. Very few are connected to the market. Very few go down to the grassroots where they are needed, and especially go in the form that they can handle, they can relate with, that they can use. And that is why we initiated that energized commercialization now, which have been to identify market-worthy research outcomes, innovation, and fund, support, mentor those researchers, innovators to ensure that their research outcomes, their innovation do not remain in the laboratories and the shelves, but they are given access to the market. That research connects to industry. So the lesson is clear. There can be no enduring economic transformation without scientific and technological transformation. For Africa, artificial intelligence presents an opportunity to accelerate this process. AI has the potential to improve productivity across virtually every sector of the economy. In agriculture, it can support precision farming, improve crop yield, optimize water usage, and strengthen food security. In healthcare, it can enhance diagnostics, disease surveillance, and healthcare delivery. In manufacturing, it can improve efficiency, quality control, and industrial competitiveness. In finance, it can deepen inclusion, improve risk assessment, and expand access to financial services. In education, it can expand access to quality learning and personalized instruction. Understanding the importance of AI, we also have undertaken an initiative we called Youth and Students in Innovation. And this we have actually done even with zero budget. Because once there's a will, there's a way. We're not content with giving excuses that we do not have funds. I know we have, apart from government stakeholders that are willing to support the ecosystem. So understanding the importance of AI, we've launched Youth and Students in Innovation. It's coming up gradually. And simply put, it is to give AI literacy to as many students and youth that can access the internet. We're building the infrastructure now, getting stakeholder buy-in. I want to use this opportunity to thank some stakeholders like Leostan Eke of Zynox that agreed to be one of the champions of this initiative. So one of the key objectives of that initiative is to impart AI literacy on our youth and our students. Not only would AI literacy be imparted, even the whole ecosystem of youth and students in innovation is AI-driven. More importantly, AI can help address one of Africa's most persistent development challenge, low productivity growth. The future prosperity of African economies would depend less on the quantity of resources we possess and more on how effectively we deploy knowledge, technology and innovation to increase productivity and create wealth. This is why AI should be viewed not simply as a digital technology, but as a strategic, economic, and indeed, I would say, national or continental security asset. And I'll give example of the role that AI has played in security. Mr. Deputy Governor, you know we've been talking about some of the things, the factors that we have that would naturally improve agricultural yield and food security in Nigeria. The water that we have, low, cheap labor and all. And then we looked at what are the things, the factors that have militated against even matching what we had pre-independence and in the 60s, where we have food security. Apart from the policy non-alignment and lack of intentionality, one of the things, of course, that we have identified as militating against food security is insecurity itself. It's insecurity itself. Because if farmers cannot access their farms with assurance or comfort that they'll be secure there, they wouldn't go. Because they'd rather be alive than make a living. So in Enugu State, where I served until just last year, one of the things that we undertook was to address the issue of insecurity. There was a time that what was known as sit at home was crippling the economy of the state. Sit at home was non-state actors insisting that people wouldn't go out for the economic activity at given days of the week. And they would enforce that by perpetrating terrorism and all other forms of insecurity. And immediately, the current governor, Dr. Peter Mbah, took office. He prioritized security. And one of the things he did to ensure security was establishing of the Command and Control Center. One of the features of the Command and Control Center is AI embedded and enabled CCTV camera across the state. If you do something, you'll be seen. And if you're seen in criminality, you'll be caught. And justice will take its place. And so people knowing that there's consequences for their criminal action began to desist from that. Sit at home ended. Kidnapping had gone down because we are supported by technology, particularly AI embedded and enabled CCTV. And at the moment, Enugu State is the safest state in the Southeast. And this is a fact because we've been supported by technology. However, we must also recognize that technological revolutions create both opportunities and risks. Around the world, concerns are growing regarding labor market disruptions, widening inequalities, algorithm bias, cybersecurity vulnerability, data governance, and digital sovereignty. For developing economies, there is an additional risk. The emergence of a new technological divide that can leave late adopters further behind. Africa cannot afford to be excluded from the technologies that will shape the future of global economy. Our response must therefore be proactive, strategic, and ambitious. And I'll take number one of such proactive, strategic, and ambitious steps that ought to be taken. First, we must invest in scientific research and innovation. No nation has achieved technological leadership without investing in knowledge creation. Africa must strengthen its universities, research institutions, laboratories, innovation hubs, and technology ecosystems. We must move beyond technology consumption towards technology development, adoption, and commercialization. For Nigeria, this remains a central priority. We are committed to strengthening our national innovation system and supporting research and development promotion, technology transfer, and fostering stronger collaboration among government, academia, industry, and entrepreneurs. Let me at this point pause to announce to us that 3 months ago, the Federal Executive Council of Nigeria approved a memo co-sponsored by the Minister of Education, my colleague, and my humble self to establish the National Research and Innovation Development Fund. Because as we had that conversation before we came here, research must be funded. Innovation must be funded. Sustainability of research, innovation, and commercialization must be funded. And understanding this, the Federal Executive Council has approved and is at the moment at the stage of development of the bill in the office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. And that's part of the advantage of having a Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology as a senior advocate of Nigeria. We'll push through that bill to the Senate. We'll do all within our powers to ensure that we deliver on that bill becoming an act of the National Assembly so that there will be ready statutory fund, not just for research, but for commercialization of research outcomes. Second, we must develop the human capital required for the knowledge economy. Africa's greatest resource is not beneath the ground, it is the people of Africa. The continent possesses the world's youngest population. If equipped with the right skills, the demographic advantage can become a powerful driver of innovation and economic growth. Investment in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, digital skills, artificial intelligence, and advanced technical education must therefore become national priority. And it is actually our priority. That is why we undertook Youth and Student in Innovation. Given priority to these key areas, understanding that even when we have students in higher education, they may not even have interaction with digital skills, with modern tech skills that would make them compete favorably globally. And so that's why we have established Youth and Student and Innovation. And it's just not an event. We're working so that even when I leave as Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, it will be sustained. Third, we must strengthen digital and innovation infrastructure. Artificial intelligence cannot thrive without reliable electricity, broadband connectivity, data infrastructure, cloud computing capacity, and digital public infrastructure. Building this foundation is essential if African economies are to compete effectively in the global digital economy. And I'll give an example of what we are doing in this regard. One of the agencies under the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology is the Energy Commission of Nigeria that is focused on renewable energy and, of course, off-grid energy solution. So one of the projects we have undertaken is what we refer to as Renewed Hope Solarization Project. Our focus is to take higher institutions off the national grid and sustain them through renewable energy. We're already carrying out pilots in some universities, one of which is Dangote Aliko Dangote University, Wudil. And other universities, of course, and high institutions will follow suit, knowing the importance of electricity to sustaining digital innovation infrastructure. Fourth, Africa must strengthen technology transfer and innovation diffusion. The objective is not simply to import technologies, but to develop domestic capabilities that allow African firms, researchers, and entrepreneurs to adopt, improve, and create technologies suited to African realities. And I must use this opportunity to hail what Africa, particularly Nigeria, has achieved. Of the 9 unicorns in Africa, 5 are Nigerian companies. That is correct, right? The fintechs. Can we please clap to that? We developed homegrown technology solutions. Think about it. If we didn't have OPay, MoneyPoint, and some of those fintechs in Nigeria during COVID-19, how would we have survived? This is particularly important because technology transfer, foreign direct investment, and innovation ecosystem would increasingly determine which countries succeed in the next phase of global economic transformation. And let me say that understanding this, we've been working in partnership with industry big players in the science, technology, and the innovation ecosystem. That's also one of the advantages of having a young person as a Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology. There's mobility. Oh yes, there's mobility. We do not wait until people come to us, we go to them. We do not even look at the rank. I can go to a Director General of any agency if I think there's something there that can help us discharge our responsibilities within the science, technology, and innovation ecosystem. Fifth, we must deepen regional cooperation. No single African country can fully realize the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence in isolation. I remember what Mr. President told me the other day. He said, Kingsley, do not work in silos. Connect with your colleagues, connect with agencies that you're required to deliver on your initiatives. And I say to Africa, let's not work in silos. Africa can actually be a single market. No single African country can fully realize the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence in isolation. I say that again. The African Continental Free Trade Area offers a unique platform for building integrated digital markets, facilitating cross-border innovation, harmonizing regulatory frameworks, promoting digital trade, and creating economies of scale for technological development. Africa's digital future will be stronger if it is built collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of AI also carries important implications for governance and public policy. Governments across the world are beginning to use AI to improve public service delivery, strengthen policy implementation, enhance tax administration, improve social protection systems, and support evidence-based decision-making. For fragile and post-crisis economies, these technologies can strengthen state capacity, improve transparency, and help government deliver better outcomes for citizens. I must give example and use this to congratulate the head of service of the Federation for what that office is doing using AI to improve public service delivery. And I must also mention that of Enugu State. E-governance in Enugu State is top-notch. And we also set the framework for that experience because we know that we have to give optimal service delivery to our people through governance and of course, deploying technology. However, the success of this effort will depend on strong institutions, ethical frameworks, responsible governance, and public trust. Innovation without governance can create risks. Governance without innovation can create stagnation. The challenge before us is to achieve both, and we can achieve both. As policymakers, researchers, business leaders, and development practitioners, we must therefore ensure that AI advances human welfare, supports inclusive growth, and contributes to sustainable development. The future of Africa will not be determined solely by technologies we import. It will be determined by the technologies we create, the innovations we nurture, the institutions we strengthen, and the people we empower. And that is why we're doing what we're doing with Econ and Youth and Student in Innovation, apart from other initiatives that we've deployed. Also, history reminds us that every major economic transformation has been driven by a combination of ideas, innovation, and leadership. The AI revolution presents Africa with a rare opportunity to accelerate economic transformation, enhance productivity, strengthen resilience, and improve the lives of millions of our people. Future generations will judge us not by whether we witnessed this technological revolution, but by whether we had the vision and the courage to shape it and make it impact on the continent. It is noteworthy that Nigeria stands ready to work with African countries, international partners, the private sector, development institutions to build a future in which science, technology, innovation, artificial intelligence serve as engines of prosperity, inclusion, and sustainable development. This is because the future belongs to societies that innovate. The future belongs to societies that invest in knowledge. And the future belongs to societies that turn scientific possibilities into economic opportunities. Let us build that future together. And I present myself as representing the Federal Republic of Nigeria to make that happen. So it's on that note that I thank again the organizers of this event and say God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, everyone, for the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Kingsley Udeh. Thank you very much. Just a few seconds, Mr. Honorable Minister, if you may. Would you kindly step back to the podium with the Deputy Governor in charge of FSS to please, at the Central Bank, for a very quick photograph for a few seconds. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Mr. Okoli. Mr. Okoli, please, can you join them, please? Just a second, cameraman, please. And now you've got the three wise men. Well aligned. Thank you so much, Mr. Honorable Minister. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. That's well appreciated. Thank you. Another round of applause as the Honorable Minister, the Director General FSS at the Central Bank, and Mr. Kohli of the Emerging Markets Forum step off the stage. Now we're going to have the panel that would do a whole lot more justice, review what the Honorable Minister had presented, and give us their own perspectives on this. But to kick off this particular panel, which is the second formal panel of this second day event of the 7th African African Emerging Markets Forum, please let me welcome to the podium the presenter who is talking about artificial intelligence in the workplace and democratic party transition in fragile and post-crisis economies. Please put your hands together for Dr. Adedeji Peter Adeniro. He is the Director of Research at the Center for the Study of the Economics of Africa. He is spearheading pioneering enterprise service on national AI adoption. He also provides the essential research intelligence that we need for this particular session. Please, Dr. Adeniro, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Please encourage me. Hello, everyone. I mean, thank you. I mean, I'm coming after the powerful Minister of Science and Technology, so you could know that, and I'm also to be discussing almost similar things to what he has discussed, so you could know that I have a very hard task, but I hope I would actually do justice, because I think he has actually set us up for the session around the fact that, and I think in the last 2 days, we've all discussed AI, and I think AI has been the really, really common trend, either directly discussed across the session or indirectly. And for us to actually have 3 sessions dedicated to AI, it shows why it is very important. I mean, we have heard that AI will change a lot of things, our lives, our jobs, and our government. So in this presentation, I will be looking at how artificial intelligence will look like in the workplace and democratic governance in Africa, looking at the risk, the benefits, the challenges, and the opportunities. So I would encourage everyone to actually please go to the website of the Emerging Market Forum. You can download the full paper. I will just be providing the kind of tidbits and brief of the report, but you can actually get more details in the final report. So let me start by just giving you the key takeaways in terms of what the research really focused on. And the first one is around the nature of AI exposure. And when we mean by AI exposure, we mean to what extent would AI either assist or affect a sector? And in terms of when you look at in various African countries and you aggregate it, in terms of those exposure, we could see that it's very concentrated in a few sectors, but it's not widely spread. But even and the sectors where we see concentration, it's very low. For example, the sectors, the average kind of exposure, the sector that has the largest exposure, is still less than 10% of the employment in such sectors that are going or have been exposed to AI. But whereas in sectors that has very large labor intensity, we see in some sectors less than 1% exposure. And I think that really relates to the conversation we had since yesterday in terms of when we look at the African continent, readily the issue of negative effect is not really so massive and so emergent in our discussion. But we should be really worried about the reason why the exposure level for the continent is low. One reason for that is the high level of informal sector. Another reason is the existing digital gaps. And then when you combine these two factors, it actually leads us to the second point around what we really emphasize in the paper, the fact that we have low risk, but also we have very low reward, which means when we look at the benefit that AI might confer on sectors, whether it's creating new jobs, whether in productivity gains, if you are not already part of that ecosystem, such benefits might not really be prevalent for those economies. The second aspect of our analysis, we look at the governance in Africa. And I think the key takeaway in terms of that is the fact that there are two sides in terms of possibility of and how AI will affect governance. We have seen, looking at trend, that indeed, like the minister has actually highlighted, AI is actually going into public service delivery and also delivery in terms of accountability. However, as the 2025 Internet Governance Freedom in Africa really emphasized, we are also seeing the kind of suppression, surveillance that actually has been inspired by AI. In fact, I think this is not a kind of what will happen in future. It's already happening in terms of increasing cyber threats to organizations on the continent. So those are kind of challenges that is definitely going to emerge. And it's about what do we need to do to really balance this. And that's actually our final key takeaway. The outcomes in terms of how AI will affect the economies in Africa, whether in workplace, whether in terms of governance, it's a choice. And it's a policy of choice. It's not something certain. We can still benefit. There's still a lot that can change. There's still a lot of potentials. It's about how we really grapple into those policy choices. And what are the important policy choices? About infrastructure, about skill development, and a number of other key points that I think the minister has well highlighted in his presentation. So let me give a little more details into what our research focused on. Now, this is, when we talked about AI exposure and AI benefits, the first question is, how prepared are you even for the AI? And when we look at the data, it shows that among the regions in the world, Africa actually has the least in terms of preparedness. And preparation in war area, 4 key areas. Digital infrastructure, that's actually where Africa has the lowest in terms of outcomes. Innovation and economic integration. We talked about adaptation. This is key to adaptation, and we also have challenges in those areas. Human capital and labor market policies. That's another challenging area for us, and also regulation and ethics. So by the time we combine this and the challenges that the continent is having in terms of AI preparedness, there is still a lot that we could do in order to change the dynamics for the continent. Now, In our paper, we highlighted two kind of pathways that we think when we are going to really, that will shape how AI will affect development. The first pathway is around the workforce channel, and the second one is around the governance channel. For the workforce channel, this is emphasizing how AI will affect the private sector, whether in terms of positive, in terms of whether productivity gain, or even creating new sectors and new jobs, like the ICT sector did in the 90s and early 2000s. But also in the public sector too, there is benefit and also concerns. But I think the important thing I wanted to really highlight in this slide is that we can change whatever we think about, whether negative outcome. Even for positive outcome, we can even amplify the outcome with better policies. For governments, we emphasize the role of really providing enabling environment in terms of regulation and policies, but also infrastructure, digital infrastructure, energy, but also catalytic funding for entrepreneurs that may actually want to really ensure that we develop our local ecosystem for AI. But private sector can also do a lot in terms of partnership. We can achieve a lot, for example, in cybersecurity without partnership. Private sector investment will be crucial, but also private sector is the enabler of innovation. They could also do a lot in those areas. So those are kind of two channels that we need to be thinking about when we look at AI and development outcomes. Here we looked at, the popular AI is generative AI. And we look at to what extent is the continent sectors exposed to this generative AI. I think the key story here is you could see the public sector and social services are the ones that has a little significant exposure. And by the time you combine those with whether high or significant exposure to AI, that is still less than 10%. Aggregately, we are seeing less than 5% of our jobs really exposed to AI. If you compare that with a highly developed country, Okay, so when we compare, when you compare that number to a typical developed countries, we are talking about 34%. So we are generally in emerging economy, we are talking about less than 10%, and in developed country, 34%. So we can see that this shows that the exposure level is low, and also the opportunities for transformation in that area is also quite high. That might be the implication. Okay. Exposure doesn't mean negative effects. That a sector is exposed to AI doesn't mean there would be negative effects. And the idea to really emphasize is that it's about whether AI acts as a substitution to existing tasks or it complements the existing tasks. In situations where we have automation risk, yes, we might have negative effects. And in that area, we might actually look towards how do we reskill our workforce. But again, like I said, that's not the key concern in Africa at the moment. Complementary effect, I think, is what we can always see as the benefit. And when AI complements existing skill, that can really help in a lot of areas. For informal sector, I think this is very important. Dominance of informal sector on the continent is a key challenge, like we have mentioned. But when you look at existing kind of interventions that are really looking towards the informal sector, we are seeing a lot of some impact and potential transformation of even the informal sector through AI. Most, pilot study in those areas are already showing kind of very, very positive things. So what we can really see as the future pathway is that as the economy in Africa expand and digital infrastructure also expand, we are going to see more interaction between AI and the informal sector. And it's about how we prepare for this interaction that will determine whether it acts as a substitute or it complements the existing skill in that area. let me quickly really touch on governance aspects. So there are potential from case studies we looked at, there are potentials that is already really emerging on the continent around AI, but there are also other risks. For example, if you look at some of the case studies we reviewed, Togo is actually a very interesting case, the Novici that was introduced during COVID and the 2.0 that was introduced in 2022. This actually used AI in targeting, and it was actually been really declared as one of the success stories. But we also see problems. So when the time we look at all of these use cases, we see potential, but we also see risk. So it's about balancing those two. I think that is what will really shape the benefits in terms of the final outcome for the continent. I think I just want to say, what are the key things that will drive and define the stake for Africa around AI? It's around 5 things: the demographic scale, the digital infrastructure gap, the informal economic dominance, the governance readiness gap, and how we close it, and finally, how we really balance between labor substitution and tax enhancement. I think I might leave this slide in terms of what the policy options look like, because I think this is where we need everybody to actually join the conversation in terms of how do we really make AI work for the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adedeji, for managing time very well. Let's give a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just give us a whole lot more to think about, and for my panel to digest and discuss over the next 30 minutes or thereabouts. So let me just start to bring my panel, the next panel, on stage. Please put your hands together for Ms. Jide Samuel Omoyen, Director, Information Technology Department here at the Central Bank of Nigeria, our host. She's representing Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor in charge of corporate services here at the Central Bank. Let's give her a round of applause. Please, thank you very much for coming on stage. Also coming on stage to join this panel is Professor Bongo Adi. He's a professor of economics and AI deployment strategist at the Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University. Please keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Adi is blending quantitative data science and macroeconomic strategy. He offers practical clarity on how automation is reshaping labor dynamics. My third panelist, please put your hands together for Mr. Julius Dasa, the head of Data Analytics and AI Office at the Bank of Ghana. Please, pleasure, Akwaba, let's bring him to the podium as well. Thank you very much. He's representing Mr. Zachary Mumuni, the first Deputy Governor at the Bank of Ghana. Thank you. You're home here also at the Central Bank of Ghana. Thank you very much. The Central Bank of Nigeria, also here in West Africa, our neighbor to the west. Let me introduce my fourth panelist, and that's El Yaqub Audu, the Chief Executive Officer of Investonia from the United Arab Emirates. He's leading strategic partnerships across digital economy initiatives. He focuses on financial literacy and tech inclusion, adding an essential perspective on technology role in democratic empowerment. Now, the moderator. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Ngozi Njemanze, is the Director of Strategic Planning at the African School of Governance, and she brings prior experience at the Central Bank of Nigeria here and at the World Bank Group. She got a background in corporate governance and legal risk, making her an ideal choice to guide this conversation on technology oversight and public administration. Thank you very much. Now, the team is complete. Let's get the job started.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to have the Honorable Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation in the room, and also to have the Deputy Governor of FSS in the room. And all distinguished participants, thank you. I think this is the most awaited panel of the 2 days. Please clap for yourselves, simply because it's going to discuss AI in the workplace. Now, forget about the long name. It's simply going to discuss AI in the workplace and democratic governance. That's what we're here to do justice to. And so I have two panels, luckily. The panel sitting with me here, the distinguished panelists, and the audience as panel. So I am going to try and make sure that we take questions from the audience, because that is what will give value to this conversation. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for sitting with us, because I think we may have questions for you as well. Let's just put things in context. And please, by show of hands, real quickly, if you have ever used AI before, please raise your hand. If you used AI today, please keep your hands up. If you think that AI will create opportunities, let me see your hand up. And if you think AI will take our jobs, let me see your hands up. Please clap for yourselves. For the last question, there were not up to 5 hands up. And so that makes the job easier. Basically, we all know that AI is rapidly changing economies, the labor market, public institutions, and we have been told and we have witnessed that the integration of AI in the workplace has helped us automate routine work. It has supported decision making, expanded access to information and services. At the same time, for government, if you listen carefully to the Honorable Minister, you would also agree that AI has helped to enhance public administration, improve service delivery, and very importantly, also assist in communication and implementation of policies. So we have the right people in the room. But one truth and one reality that I think all of us need to pay attention to is that, and I think Mr. Indemit Gill made mention of that yesterday, is that the impact of AI can never ever be the same across humans, across economies, and across government. And there are many reasons for that. So, for example, for certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa and developing economies, AI adoption is happening in environments where we have limited access to, internet, low broadband access, institutional fragility, informal markets, and uneven access to technology. So one of the things I think my distinguished panelists will help us do today is to solve that tension between the AI that creates economic opportunities and development and the AI that is said that will disrupt our future employment. So without much ado, I want to ask the first question to the person who I think is the most appropriate person to take the question, and that is the Director of IT at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please, ma'am. Given Africa's gaps in digital infrastructure, the gaps in internet access, electricity, and data gathering tools, can you please, in a few minutes, give us not just your opening statement around the topic, but in addition, answer the question, what specific strategies and investments should African countries undertake to build core digital infrastructure capabilities that will ensure that AI adoption is useful for us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Standing on existing protocols, I'm representing the Deputy Governor of Corporate Services, Dr. Mohamed Abdullahi Soni. He's unavoidably absent, and he gave me his remarks. And what he's saying is that the central question before us is no longer whether AI will transform our economies, workplaces, and institutions. That transformation has already begun. So the real question is, will Africa merely consume the AI created by others, or will Africa help shape the intelligence that will define its future? So for our continent, Africa, AI presents an extraordinary opportunity to all levels of people. But opportunity alone does not guarantee progress. And as the paper before this panel highlighted, Africa enters the AI era with significant structural gaps. internet penetration across the internet is low. I think it was estimated at about 36% in 2025, compared with the global average of 74%. And apart from that, mobile network coverage, which is supposed to be widespread, it's not. 2/3 of Africans remain digitally disconnected. So this tells us something. Africa cannot build an inclusive AI economy on an exclusive digital foundation. So going to the question on what investments are critical, there are 5 major investments. One, like I've said, energy and digital connectivity. Not as a luxury service, but as an essential service to AI. There is no how we can consume AI services without having good electricity and without internet. The second is the strong digital public infrastructure. There must be secure digital identities. There must be interoperable payment systems and trusted data exchange platforms, because trust is very important. Without that trust, our AI systems will remain largely unused. Then thirdly, we must develop a trusted African data ecosystem. AI is as reliable as the data on which it is trained. And we must have data that is trained on our African values and having a common data set standards across the whole continent. And fourth, we must invest in people. A lot has been said about investing in people at every level, not just data scientists and AI engineers, investing in people across all levels. We've heard about investing in school curriculums right from entry level to university, and ensuring that even in the workplace, the public sector, there must be awareness. And then finally, every investment must include trust and responsible governance. We must base our AI on governing principles. Principles like there must always be a human in the middle. We must make sure that our data is not unnecessarily exposed. It must be based on the consent of the user. The Nigerian Data Protection Agency has a lot to do about that. And there must be accountability in the use of AI. Like we jokingly say in my department in CBN, you don't say, AI does not have an ID card, so you cannot say, it's AI that did this, it's AI that did that. There must be accountability across all levels, which is why we always preach human in the loop, not just from the beginning to the end. There must always be a human in the loop. So finally, the strategic sequence is connect our people, power our infrastructure, organize and protect our data, build the capabilities of the workforce, and govern AI in a manner that earns public trust. So thank you. That's from the Deputy Governor of Corporate Services.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that when we're talking with IT specialists now, I don't know if that can be blamed on AI, but now when we're talking to IT specialists, we're hearing much more than digital infrastructure. We're now hearing connect people. We're hearing governance. We're hearing policy. And so I think it just shows how things are getting integrated in the workplace. I want to move to Mr. Julius Dassar, who is heading data analytics and the AI office at the Bank of Ghana. And I want to ask him, now that we have at least listened to the paper by Dr. Adeniran, and we can deduce that AI-driven labor market disruption is a bit concentrated in service-oriented and public sector corporations, leaving agriculture and other low-tech sectors less exposed. How can government and educational institutions manage this challenge to ensure that we're not losing jobs, but rather we can upskill our workforce to ensure that the AI adoption creates new economic and social opportunities?
Thank you very much. Perhaps this is one of the most important policy questions surrounding AI. And I would like to start by reminding us that history teaches us that major technological changes rarely eliminate jobs altogether. They tend to alter them, alter the nature of work. The challenge for policymakers then is to ensure that people transition successfully from into new job opportunities. And how do we do that? I think we can focus on three key areas. First, we need to transform our educational system and skill development. We need to embed digital literacy, data analytics, problem solving, computational thinking, and even soft areas like ethical reasoning and communication across our schools, universities, and technical institutions. Second, we need to prioritize lifelong learning and reskilling across all our workplaces. And this, we know that AI requires workers to continuously update their skills. And we can do this through flexible training at our workplaces. Third, finally, governments must support innovation, entrepreneurship, and they should provide targeted support for SMEs, startups, and young entrepreneurs who are applying AI to local challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Julius, and thank you for the very pointed factors that you have mentioned and things that we need to prioritize. I just want to quickly bring us back to the democratic governance aspect of our conversation. And I'm going to throw this question to Mr. Bongo Adi. He is from the Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. My question really for you is, with the Honorable Minister sitting right in front of me, we have heard over the last 2 days and just recently from his conversation that AI has created opportunities for boosting public service delivery, and what I want to add is even accountability based on his speech. But at the back of my mind, I also feel that AI constitutes a risk that may threaten our civil liberties or democratic institutions. So please help us and unpack this and let us know how African governments can regulate the deployment and governance of AI in a way that does not, deepen these inequalities, but rather builds trust and strengthens democratic institutions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. I think I would like to first, create this. The Honorable Minister said something that I found very interesting, that innovation without governance creates risk. Then governance without innovation leads to stagnation. I love that. And in the paper where, the background paper to this session. There's something, they had a discussion, I think in session 4, where they made a balance between dystopia and utopia. So it's neither, creating an utopian vision of AI, nor creating a dystopian, which is where the anxieties seem to come from. Now, when it comes to regulation of AI, I think this is a technology in motion. And since it hasn't quite attained what I may call its climax or its peak, in economics we talk about a stable equilibrium or steady state equilibrium. It hasn't quite got there yet. It is even starting. I listened to Mo Godot, one of the leaders in this area, the Egyptian who used to work for Google. He said that the AI, as at June, the state of development compared to January is comparable to the distinction between the first and the second industrial revolution. And that is how it is. Again, if you're in that space and you know Gordon Moore's law, which is the memory capacity of semiconductors seem to quadruple every 16 months. According to him, now it's about half a year. Now, that tells you about the speed at which this evolves. So what I'm saying is that if you created a regulatory framework in January this year, by now, it has been disrupted. So what should be the approach to such a protean, highly evolving technological landscape? I think governments need to be very proactive. And I think the first order of business would be to even understand the technology. Again, there's something different about this technology. It is not like the technologies that we've had in the past. For the first time, we have a technology that thinks. So the question is no longer whether it is conscious or not conscious. In fact, it is about meta-consciousness. So AI knows what it's doing, thinks about its thoughts, thinks about its processes. We've never encountered such technology in our lifetime. So for the first time, we have a technology that is also its user manual. Like people come, and of course, we make a business out of it, teaching people how to use AI, and then going to automate systems for organizations. But actually, it's something that organizations can do for themselves, and anybody can actually use AI. Just ask AI how to use AI, and it will teach you how to use it. So you really don't need anybody to teach you AI. And then there's something else that makes this very intriguing, which is you are learning AI. AI is also learning you. So it is not one-sided. In the past, we had one-sided technology, whereby you are the user. The technology is just a tool. AI is not a tool in that sense. So it is conscious of what it's doing. And yesterday also, we heard from Dr. Gill about the distinctions he made between predictive, generative, and agentic AI. So the question I'm asking is, at the state of art in AI development right now, we can't really make that distinction. Okay? To wit, I wrote a book on AI, AI agentic system in January, how you can create AI agents. I did that in February. But by June, Claude released updates that you can just use a prompt to ask it to create some super agents and review your work. So you don't need to create a different markdown file to write instructions for an agent. So it's already embedded in the system. So you don't necessarily need to make any distinction between predictive, generative, and agent. So that is the speed of change. Now, coming back to the question you asked me, which is about democratic governance of AI and all that. For me, it is not one-sided again. The government doesn't have the upper hand. Again, there is this conversation about sovereignty and colonialism and all that. If you understand AI very well, okay, in the past, those of us or those of you who used to write codes, there is this website, Code Library, that we used to go to, if you're writing a code and then you get stuck, we needed to find out if someone has written it. So you go there and copy it, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's the same thing about, with LLMs, right? It's just algorithm. And then you don't need to rewrite your own. And then this is algorithm that is even capable right now to rewrite itself. Remember what happened with Fable 5 when it was released by Anthropic just a few months ago in May. It escaped its sandbox, detected vulnerabilities in softwares, wrote its own code, escaped, deleted it, came back. Then they had to, suspend its release, but it has now been released. Now, I'm talking about a system that is auto-catalytic. Okay? That means,
Mr. Bongo, it looks like we might need to use AI to understand some of the terms. Please.
Anyway.
Personally, sitting here, I don't know those acronyms, LLMs. LLM for me means a master's in law, which is what I have. But I don't think that's what you're referring to. So in case you're joining us online or you're in the room, don't panic. AI can help you get this information in a language you can understand. But for the interest of time, can I just run to my colleague who came all the way from the UAE to be with us and a good representation of the private sector. And I would like you to use 5 minutes to do some framing, but I want to pose a question to you as well, and then you can take it from there. The informal economy, which includes a large majority of the workforce, faces limited exposure to AI. How can policymakers, government actors, and anyone who is capable of designing interventions do this in such a way that that workforce in the informal economy is able to take advantage of the innovation and the increased productivity that AI offers? Thank you, Mr. Audu.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. So thank you to the organizers for the invitation. So it's a very critical question the moderator asked, and as most of you indicated in the initial poll that was done, I think we can all accept that AI is an integral fabric of today's digital and economic landscape globally. So awareness and incorporation of AI into organizations, educational institutions, the informal sector is going to help in terms of enhancing productivity, competitiveness, and innovation. And I believe that that is the key role private sector players can essentially partner with government to achieve. So for example, at Investoneer, which is the company I co-founded, we are developing an agentic AI platform that helps to provide financial literacy training, gamified financial literacy training to Nigerian youth, to students, and it's free training. So what that does is that it gives people access to important education around financial literacy, but also exposure to the important digital skills that they need and awareness of AI. So the idea is that, first of all, people need to have that exposure, and then we are also trying to work with organizations to see how they can integrate essentially the capabilities of AI to help enhance their workforce. Because I think it's clear today that the worry is not really whether people are going to lose jobs because of, well, it's part of it, people are going to potentially lose jobs because of AI. But the major worry is that people who have not incorporated or enhanced or developed AI skills are probably going to lose out to those people who have. So I think to support the informal economy, the approach we are taking is to first of all provide access to financial literacy training and digital skills, access to digital skills, and then obviously help in areas such as financial inclusion, by providing funding for business owners and essentially integrating features such as credit scoring and all of those kind of capabilities that AI can very accurately or, well, very efficiently provide into the kind of platforms we are developing and make that accessible to the public and the informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to ask them other questions, but I really want to throw it open, especially because we also have the Honorable Minister in the room. I wanted to make two quick comments, and the first one is to you, Dr. Adeniran. I saw the slide you put up on case studies. I noticed my beloved country, Nigeria, was auspiciously omitted. Now, in hindsight, having listened to the Honorable Minister and knowing that what I do best at my job is to tell stories around how policy outcomes have been achieved, I would encourage you, please, to add to that slide Nigeria. In fact, if possible, Enugu State. Just because the Honorable Minister, and I think you should add Enugu State, Nigeria, to show that, as the Honorable Minister has said, AI has now become a continental security asset. Did I get it right, sir? Great. And of course, we won't forget that Dr. Gill told us yesterday, and we saw the case he made, that AI is an accelerator for economic opportunities. And we would like to see countries like Nigeria join Rwanda and Kenya on your slide as to the impact that AI has had in some of our sectors. So I would throw this open to the audience to please ask us 3 quick questions so that we can go for lunch. Lunch is delayed. I see the first question over there. Please, I don't think you should direct your questions to me. I come from the School of Governance. I'm here to take notes like you. So please feel free to ask either the Honorable Minister or the distinguished panelist your question. So the first question, please, we can take yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. A very quick introduction of yourself, and then make it just 30 seconds or less. Else I'll be charging commercial rate.
Hello.
Not AI rate, real rate.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I am Ezi Eric Chimoya, the National President of the Nigerian Economic Student Association, and I must say it's a pleasure to be here. And having a young, among panelists and lovely economists, it's a pleasure from the student body. So, my question, as much as we are looking at AI and the informal sector, I've noticed a trend among the formal sector, especially the educational sector as well. There's a defensive outlook of AI among the educational sector, in the sense that the upcoming generation are mostly told to back off from AI. And the truth is, the upcoming generation eventually transmission into policy and will be in the workplace. So how do we try to balance telling our students to be careful of AI while still encouraging them to use AI, while without deterring them to a point where they totally stop using AI? And this is addressed to our panelists from United Arab Emirates. And I would like to say also that Nigeria Economic Student Association wants to be a part of the financial program from Investo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, there has to be some level of cooperation to make sure that we get this right. So from the private sector's perspective, what we are doing at the moment is working with universities to see how to incorporate the digital and financial literacy training that we provide through our agentic AI-powered platform into the curriculum of tertiary institutions. There are over 2.5 million people that graduate from tertiary institutions every year in Nigeria, be it universities, colleges of education, polytechnics, and so on. And these people transition into the workforce. So it's critical that, the idea is not just for them to graduate with university degrees alone, but is more imperative that in today's digital economy that they, also integrate, financial literacy and AI capabilities into their curriculum. So as you rightly said, there are lots of pros and there are some cons with AI. So we are offering the positive side of it, and then we are also happy to work with institutions to see how to frame it to ensure that some of the concerns you raised are adequately addressed. But we are eager to work with you and to work with other academic institutions to make sure that the benefits of AI does not miss the Nigerian youth and the Nigerian population, And by all means, we want to be at the forefront of the digital economy. And, as a private sector player, we have investors and so on that are willing to back this effort. So we are willing to, and very happy to speak to, institutions and organizations that want to adopt AI and adapt it to their peculiar circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to give Mr. Adi a minute to just add to that answer.
So I'm speaking as a professor at Lagos Business School, and this is the approach we adopt. You cannot teach students, if you're a professor or a lecturer these days, you're teaching them something that AI can solve. So you take AI as a given. That's one. Because if you discourage the use of AI, it's counterproductive. So the thing is, in teaching, lecturers are encouraged to use AI, right? Just like in journal publications. So if you send your paper, there are researchers here. So if you send your paper to any journal, it will ask you to declare that you have used AI, whether in writing or in your analysis. So you have to make that declaration. So it is no longer a deal breaker. So what I'm saying is that you need to encourage your lecturers to really include the use of AI in teaching. And again, I teach data analytics. This year, in fact, since last year, I realized that I can no longer go on teaching people how to use Excel or Power BI and all of those stuff. It's a waste of time. Okay, so you can, Gemini, Notebook LM can generate, any sort of dashboard and create charts and graphics just with vibe coding. You just give a prompt. So in fact, execution when it comes to that has been commodified. What you need is judgment. So teach interpretation, then let the execution be left to. So it gives us more, kind of flexibility in how to teach. Right.
Thank you. That's great. And I wanted to add that higher tertiary institutions, like Mr. Aldi mentioned, are now teaching AI governance, right? And that's what you meant about trying to put it in the curriculum. I think that schools, I can use my school, the African School of Governance, as an example. We now have university degrees that are called Masters in Leadership and Governance. And for degrees like that, the school is based in Rwanda, with degrees like that, AI governance is a very important module that is taught. And how that helps the student body is that when you have leaders in the room, policymakers, they are taught to know how to govern the use of AI to allow people use it, but use it safely. If not, it's a disservice. And so even for corporations and organizations like the central bank, we can't tell people do not use AI. Rather, we need to ensure that people are using AI safely. But a big warning to the individuals using AI, do not forget that is what you put in that will now be available to the world. So if you also want to secure your jobs, you must also learn to retain your critical thinking abilities and not give it freely to AI. All right? One last question. Please go ahead.
Please be gender sensitive.
Go ahead.
This has been fascinating. We're watching from the green room. But I think it's important because the Honorable Minister is here in the room. I wonder if the question is the Ministry of Science and Technology collaborating with the Ministry of Education? Because this whole conversation around AI is so instrumental to Africa's future. And we do need to change our curriculums yesterday. And so is there a collaboration? You know how we saw monetary policy and fiscal were together collaborating. Is that happening, Minister? Because really we're so behind. And I feel like the opportunity is now, like yesterday, not tomorrow, not strategy for 6 months away from now. So maybe to the Honorable Minister, how that's working out.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are collaborating. I'd mentioned that earlier, apart from what Mr. President urged me to do. The work that we do, the mandate of the Minister of Education and that of my mandate as Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology are intertwined. We work together at various levels, some statutory. There are some statutory bodies that have the Honorable Minister, Innovation, Science and Technology, the Honorable Minister, Education as members. But apart from that, we have that understanding that if our curriculum would be responsive to current needs and realities, the two ministries must work together, and that is what we're doing. In the bill that I just mentioned, the National Research and Innovation Development Fund, the Minister of Education is a member, and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology is a member. Part of what that body will be doing will be, of course, focusing on ensuring that tech skills, innovation, and of course AI, and similar advances in science are not just taught in our schools, but their research are conducted, and of course these are disseminated, these are embedded in our everyday to-day life. So that collaboration is not just ongoing, but of course it's producing results. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, please, before you drop the mic, I want to take the conversation a top notch further. One of the things that African economies will benefit from is a wider dissemination of these government efforts. And so these policy outcomes need to be strategically communicated. I'm asking, so this is not a question, but I'm making a comment. Is it possible that as you have that intertwined cooperation with the Ministry of Education, that the Ministry of Communication is also on board? I think the tripartite effect of having comms in the room will help to disseminate these efforts, and AI should also be seen as an accelerator of policy communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is well taken. Thank you very much.
So you want to read the question online, sir?
Of course, we've got hundreds of folks online, but of course, we'll not be able to take that in the interest of time, if you wish, Madam Moderator.
All right, so can we close
Yes,
our
you can give
panel?
a wrap.
All right, okay, thank you everyone. The conversation about AI in the workplace is real. It will continue. What we're discussing today in July may slightly be different from what we'll be discussing in the months to come. But what is important, I think, and what we've gleaned from the paper that was presented and from our distinguished panelists is that we need to not only focus on AI adoption and adaptation, but we must also build our capacity, both as individuals and as institutions. With that, we thank you very much for listening and see you all at lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for my second panel as they take their group photographs right there on stage. We'll make a very slight adjustment to the stage, and then we'll move to the third panel. Please, let's have the panelists take their... Let's have the panelists take their group photograph. The Honorable Minister, would you kindly join them on stage as well, sir? Mr. Colley, as well as the Deputy Governor, FSS, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Okay, that's been. That's been a very incisive panel with all the tech in motion and AI thinking about AI. One question I've been very scared asking AI was that I've spent 36 years on this job, and I've been scared of asking AI, when will AI replace Bolson? I haven't asked because I'm scared of what the answer will be, what the response will be. So I decided not to ask. I'm just waiting for AI to catch up with me. And whatever happens to me afterward, I'll go with AI. Please put your hands together again for this panel. Very insightful panel. Thank you for the interactions on the educational front. Thank you very much, everyone, for making contributions to this very important panel. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep up the energy in the room, because we're moving to the next panel, which is really, really engaging. Now, this is one very strong meat to bite into. Because the next panel will discuss some very, very important, also very germane, one of the pillars or the key themes of this Africa Emerging Markets Forum. This particular panel will focus on foreign direct investment, technology transfer, and inclusive growth. Now, if you know where the convergence is for this, we need more foreign direct investment on the African continent. We need foreign direct investment in all the areas we've discussed, in job creation, in technology transfer, in inclusiveness, in competitiveness, and across all other areas we mentioned since we started this two-day high-level, high-profile event on Wednesday. So the next speakers. Yes, so we're just making a minute change to the podium, and then we can move on and invite our presenter who will be speaking to us and laying the foundation for this particular panel. So please, we want everyone to please stay in the room. We want to keep up the energy and the continuity so that we can make speed with time and enjoy the conversation as they overlap in some of the key areas that we are discussing. Of course, technology will be part of what the next panel will discuss, and you will see that in the background presentation of our speaker. Then, of course, we've got an able moderator who's well experienced to drive the conversation forward. So we thank you, everyone, for keeping up the energy and staying very alert, staying very, very focused, making notes, and, of course, your contributions are well appreciated. So let's keep this up, and then we will get on to the next panel. That's with the third panel, and that's the second to the last panel. Then we have the closing session of this two-day event. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's do a little bit of interactions for a few seconds, and then that will cheer everyone up and continue to keep us in the mood for the next panel, which of course looks like the biggest panel since we started on Wednesday. We're looking to have at least 7 high distinguished individuals and professionals and experts in the field to discuss the 3 main points: foreign direct investment, technology transfer, and inclusive growth. This is one major area of discussion for the entire African continent. Wherever you are on the continent, the FDI, the tech transfer, and all it comes together into inclusive growth. So you don't want to miss this particular session. So please, let's stay in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much as we are now getting set to take the third and the second to the final lap of this two-day event. So let's make haste with the preparations on stage so that we keep everyone in the loop. Thank you very much. I'm sure my keynote presenter is ready, and I'll be bringing him on stage over the next 1 minute or so. So let's give it up in the room, everyone. Okay, we're getting set. We spent the last 2 days enjoying this particular forum. I want to say a very big thank you to our chief host, the Central Bank of Nigeria, under the able leadership of the governor, Mr. Olayemi Kadoso, and the leadership of the Central Bank, which of course includes the deputy governors and the other directors and members of the executive management of the Central Bank of Nigeria being a very wonderful host of this 7th edition of the Africa Emerging Markets Forum. So now let's keep up the energy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my team, my technical team, for making that very quick and ready for the next panel. Thank you very much. Yes, let's keep moving. And I love it, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're talking now about the big box. That's what FDI is all about. The big box, the patient money, the patient capital, both local and foreign, that will help catalyze growth and development, job creation on the African continent. That's what you're seeing on the screen, and that's what this panel, the keynote speaker and the moderator and others will delve into in the next few minutes. Let's stand by, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we have quite a number of our delegates out there at the foyer. Please, if you're at the foyer, if you can hear me loud and clear, please, may we please employ everyone to come back into the room, into the auditorium. We want our ushers to please, and a few folks had 1 or 2 minutes of recess. But let's get this going, everyone. Let's keep up the energy. Let's everyone come back into the auditorium as we move on to the third panel, the second to the last panel, which of course the closing panel would also be very, very engaging. And that will formally bring to a close this 2-day international event. If we are ready, I'm just checking in with my team. I'm checking in with my team to ensure that the countdown stays on the countdown and we have everyone ready to join the podium for this third panel. I think we've spent quite an interesting 2-day, everyone. We've taken mountains of notes, we've interacted, we've networked. All right, thank you, my director of, my technical director. Thank you very much. Now let's take on the third panel that's been set. And I'm just going to introduce the presenter before we bring on the panelists. Mr. Director General, thank you very much for your patience and being a very good host this afternoon, alongside the rest of your team here at the Central Bank. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. We appreciate that, Mr. Deputy Governor. Please put your hands together, please, for Mr. Manakim Cards. Please put your hands together for Manakim Cards. He's a senior advisor at the Emerging Markets Forum and a veteran macroeconomist with nearly 3 decades at the International Monetary Fund. His analytical contribution to foreign direct investment and tech transfer sets the context perfectly for today's session. Please put your hands together. Let it keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please up to the podium. Thank you. We appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you.
How do we start? Oh, I see there. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. It's an honor to be here. I've been to Nigeria in Abuja well over a dozen times, including in this building, and I'm happy to see that CC has been flourishing. I was one of the people who helped to found CC, and I'm proud to see that they've done such a good job. The topic is foreign direct investment. You heard yesterday in the discussion of Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and the governor of the central bank, and also in other sessions, the issue of foreign direct investment, the need for is it okay? The need for macro stability, for reliability, job creation, investment, technology, and growth. So this paper deals with all these issues at different capacities. One of the main themes is this. Foreign direct investment has been very instrumental in transforming countries in East Asia. And the question is, what has happened to Africa? Why has it not happened in Africa? So we try to explore and find solutions of what can be done to get success also for Africa. So the paper, I hope you had a chance to read it. I was given only 10 minutes, and that's very little time to cover such a broad issue. So we look at evidence, we look at the literature, and we conducted empirical work with running regressions, first on 28 sub-Saharan African countries for a period from 96 to 2022. And then we have another set of countries, non-Sub-Saharan Africa, developing and emerging countries, 56 countries. So together, and then we compared the two results. And the basic conclusion is that FDI's impact is deeply conditional on institutional quality, macro stability, and absorptive capacity. The three questions that we asked are conditions, channels, and what to do or policies. So the first question is, under what conditions does FDI raise growth in emerging and developing economies? And the second, through which channels does FDI generate employment and technology transfer? And finally, policy. What policy packages can increase the effective inclusiveness of FDI-led growth in Africa? And we have 6 key findings. I hope they're visible. The first one is FDI is not automatically development enhancing. You don't just press a button, you get FDI, and the economy takes off. It takes much more than that, and we will discuss, and there's discussion of that in the paper. And then spillovers, which are something very important. When you have a sector like in Nigeria of extractive industry, the oil sector, foreign direct investment has not contributed much to growth, let alone technology transfer, and very, very little, if any, employment creation. So that's not the type of FDI that we want if we want to deal with the challenges that we face. Sector composition matters for inclusion, and of course, one of our favorites has been discussed. Macro stability is a prerequisite, and we will look at it a bit further. Policy priorities are actionable and measurable, and then you evaluate on the basis of outcomes and not inputs. So these are the 6 basic conclusions out of the study. Now let's look at the following. So before that, let me just I tried to look using AI, we're the AI people, and ask AI, what is the share of Sub-Saharan Africa in global GDP? And the share is about 2.5%. What is the share of Africa in global trade? Less than 3%. But what is the share of Sub-Saharan Africa in world population? That's 18%. And finally, looking at the ratio of investment to GDP, the average has been 16% compared to 25 to 35% in East Asia. And if you look at the 3 parts of the chart, you see the share of Africa in global FDI is only 3.5%, and much of it is in extractive, which is not very helpful. And then you see the second one, which is the share of greenfield value, and that's slightly higher. But the most important one is greenfield manufacturing, because manufacturing is the area where you have the most in terms of transfer of technology and know-how and employment. So this is something that one should bear in mind, and we're using UNCTAD data, which has been very helpful for the study. Then we look at Nigeria. Now, I chose Nigeria as opposed to the previous channel that Nigeria was not directly present, not just because we are here, but because Nigeria is the most important country for the future of the continent. And if Nigeria goes, then the rest of the continent will be lifted up too. So where's Nigeria by way of FDI? So if you look at the statistics, Nigeria's FDI has been 0.4% of GDP for the period of a few years average. I picked 3 countries in East Asia that can be sort of interesting for comparison's sake. So we have Indonesia. You may recall in the past, the World Bank and Paul Collier and others had studies comparing Nigeria to Indonesia. So we have Indonesia here, which has some similarities to Nigeria. We have Malaysia, that is somewhat more advanced. And then we have Vietnam, that I find very interesting and instructive for what can be done. So these are the 3 countries. But we now look briefly at the empirical result. Now, before that, if you look at the macroeconomic indicators, it tells you quite a bit where Nigeria is vis-a-vis these other countries. So Nigeria's inflation has averaged 17%. I understand that it's come down now to 15.9, but it's still double digit, and unless it comes down to below 5%, there's nothing really to talk about by way of macro stability. Then we look at the exchange rate. Yes, there's been a reform now, but if I'm an investor and I look at what has happened to the exchange rate, I see that it has depreciated over a period of 10 years by over 630%. So how can investors want to be associated with something that is so dramatic? And if you look at the other countries, first of all, on inflation, they're well below 5%. The exchange rate over the past decade has moved very moderately, but in a systemic way. And most important, fiscal. And the budget deficit of 4.9% average for the period is well above the budget deficit of these other countries. We use the rule of law measure of the World Governance Index. That's something that we also use with the regressions. And you see Nigeria is in 14th percentile, while these other countries are much higher up. And well, the average for direct investment is there. And finally, the composition of FDI, Nigeria has been mostly extractives, while others have been much more diversified and more in the area of development and manufacturing. Now, very quickly, I don't want to get too much into the econometrics and the regressions, but there are a few major conclusions. So again, we use data, panel data from 1996 to 2022 for 3 groupings. One is 28 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, then another one for 52 countries of non-sub-Saharan Africa, and then we pull them all together. So the first part here with the 0 is when you use unconditional FDI effect, then you get a negligible result. So when you throw in FDI and you expect growth, then don't expect, because it will not happen. But on the other hand, if you take the interaction of FDI and the measure of rule of law that we used, then you get a highly significant coefficient interaction term, and at 99%, which is very, very telling. And finally, when we look at the non-Sub-Saharan Africa countries, you get a similar coefficient, 0.247, and when you combine all 3, you pull all 3, you get a coefficient that is still similar, which basically tells us that there's no basic difference between the groupings. It's just a question of the quality of the rule of law. So if Nigeria or Sub-Saharan Africa can improve the rule of law, which encompasses macro stability, transparency, governance, and all the other key factors there, then you can get a much more efficient and effective FDI effect on the economy. Next is the case of Vietnam. I chose Vietnam because Vietnam is a very telling case of a country that was largely devastated by the Vietnam War, but then in '86 decided to start a major reform program. It's called Doi Moi, and it has transformed the economy in a very dramatic fashion. So just for starters, in 1986, the per capita GDP of Vietnam was $436 at the prevailing exchange rate. Nigeria's per capita GDP in 1986 was $628. Now, fast forward, 2024, what happened? Nigeria's per capita GDP went up to $1,080, while that of Vietnam went up to $4,717. So in other words, Vietnam was 50% lower than Nigeria in '86, but 20 years or so later, Vietnam's per capita GDP is over 4 times higher than that of Nigeria. And so that suggests that it's not impossible. Something can be done in order to get FDI and to get FDI impacting the economy. Finally, on Vietnam, which is very important in terms of employment, the FDI-related sectors are now employing over 5 million workers in their industries, which is about 10% of the workforce. So that is something tremendous and something that hopefully Africa can emulate. I think we're running out of time, so just very quickly, the three mutually reinforcing, before that, let me go back, in terms of the self-reinforcing cycle, the importance of budgets. So if you have a fiscal imbalance, that creates monetary expansion, which results in inflation, which puts pressure on the exchange rate, which deters foreign direct investment, which slows growth, and which then results in lower revenue, which then feeds into the budget. So you have this self-reinforcing cycle, and so that's why it's so critical to get rid of the large budget deficit. Okay, so we have the three mutually reinforcing pillars: credibility and predictability, tradables and competitiveness, and capabilities and linkages. And finally, the econometric results that if you improve the your standing with the World Index of Governance, then you can improve your growth quite considerably. And we have quantitative measures in the paper. Finally, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can do a little bit more for Professor Omila House. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's just jump straight to the panel. And please put your hands together as I bring on stage the Deputy Governor in charge of financial system stability here of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Hamidu Yuguda. He's also a former Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His background in capital markets regulation highlights the essential link between financial stability and attracting global capital. Please put it together for him. Let's come to the podium. Let me also introduce my second panelist for this session, Suman Berry, former Vice Chairman of Niti Ayong Union Cabinet Minister rank and former Chief Economist at Royal Dutch Shell. His extensive international tenure in global scenario model brings high-level strategic depth to foreign investment discussions. And the third member of this panel is Mrs. Rachel Additional, Chief Information Officer at First Bank of Nigeria. She's representing Ms. Olaiton Adiola Martins, the Group Executive of Corporate Banking at First Bank of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Ms. Rachel Additional of First Bank of Nigeria. Also joining this panel is Mosi Delalen, the Head Productive Capacities and Sustainable Development Branch Division for Africa, Least Developed Countries, and Special Program, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Please put your hands together also for Mosi. Thank you very much for coming on the panel. Now, let me introduce the moderator. And that is His Excellency, Ambassador Aziz Milma. Put your hands together for him. He is Assistant Tanzanian Diplomat, Economist, and Chairman of the Board at the Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones Authority. His high-level experience in trade promotion and development of diplomatic relations equips him to direct this discussion on global investment flows. A round of applause, please, for my panelists. Ambassador Aziz Milma, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just give my brief remark. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our panel today is going to discuss about foreign direct investment. We had a very good presentation from Mr. Meneshan Katz during his remarks. Sub-Saharan Africa has not shown what the FDI is supposed to do compared to the experience of Asian countries, especially Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and others. So we expect the panel during your intervention to be very brief, because I think some of the people are catching up their flight today, and we have some time management to deal with. Briefly, on the issue of FDIs, according to the presentation we just had, there are a few things which I think I need to highlight. The paper before us challenged the conventional view of FDI as a simple source of finance. Instead, it argued that the real value of FDI lies in ability to transfer technology, enhance productivity, strengthen domestic enterprises, and build human capital. However, these benefits are neither automatic nor guaranteed. They depend critically on the quality of institutions, macroeconomic stability, workforce skills, infrastructure, and capacity of domestic firms to absorb new technologies and integrate into global value chains. And I think one of the very good examples we've seen, not in the paper, but the FDIs and the transformation in China, the FDIs and the transformation in Malaysia, and FDIs and the transformation of South Korea, and also Singapore. But all this have been highlighted by our keynote speaker on the issues which are very, very important. And I think this is a key part of the discussion today, because this is what somehow is missing in the continent, especially Sub-Saharan Africa. And therefore, we would expect the panel to highlight some of these key issues in what's supposed to be done in the Sub-Saharan Africa in order to get the benefits of the FDIs. With that, I think now it's, let me invite the panelists. Just before that, the key questions which I think we need to point out, because these are the questions which will probably help us in our discussions. The FDIs, they generate technology spillover, effects development of local supplies, create productive employment, and support structural transformation. This raises several important questions for policymakers and investors alike. How can African countries shift from competing for volume of FDIs to competing for its quality and development impact. The second one is what policy reforms are needed to strengthen technology transfer and deepen linkages between multinational enterprises and domestic firms. And how can investment in education, skills, infrastructure, and institutions enhance Africa's absorptive capacity and maximize the benefit of FDIs? And the last one, what role should government, development finance institutions, and the private sector play in building globally competitive industrial ecosystem that generate inclusive growth? These are timely and strategic questions as Africa seeks to leverage the African continental free trade area, accelerate industrialization, diversify exports, and position itself as an attractive destination for long-term productivity enhancing investment. We have a very exciting and very knowledgeable panel before me here, and I would like to request the panel to make their presentation. And I will start with the governor, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and you have 5 minutes of your presentation, and then we can move on like that. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, distinguished participants. The subject of FDI is a very important one. Countries need to attract, foreign direct investment, as opposed to portfolio investment, for to invest in the productive, sectors, to invest in the manufacturing, the services, the agricultural sector. And I think the first and foremost, condition, for you to do that is really to have a credible macroeconomic policy, framework that is really delivering the results. Because if you don't have that, then FDI will go to, countries that have such kinds of policies. Now, what is involved in an FDI investment? Somebody brings, their funds, their capital, identify an area, maybe an industry in your country where they want to place money, and they want to invest for a very long term. Now, anybody who brings money wants that money to grow, isn't it? If you have an unstable macroeconomic framework that produces inflation, exchange rate variability, maybe with multiple exchange rate windows, the net effect of all those things is that over time, the value of your currency is likely to fall. The investor has actually brought in foreign currency, exchanged into own currency. So ordinarily, you would not want, say, to have a high tax rate. That's the explicit tax rate. Okay. So sometimes you give investors some kind of tax holidays. But in the case of poor macroeconomic framework, the combined effect of inflation, exchange variability, is that they impose a huge tax on the investor. So even when you don't have an explicit tax, the combined effect of these, factors is really a huge tax on the investor. Therefore, people coming into your country will look at your macroeconomic policy and determine whether, in the next 15 years, when I need to start, repatriating my capital, the amount of money that I'll repatriate is really, worth the investment that I've made initially. So I think it's a no-brainer. So if you look at this country over the last few decades, we've really had some trying economic times, and the 4.4% of GDP FDI is therefore not, a big surprise. I think the task now is to say, what can we do going forward? Okay, now we have a very stable, macroeconomic policy framework as far as the monetary policies, are concerned. But we also do need to have fiscal policies, and we just had the minister today who laid out, his vision of what, the fiscal is doing. But as it has been observed, the fiscal is not only the Minister of Finance, it's really the rest of government. So what of the industrial policies? What of the IT policies? What of the AI policies? So all of these are really very important, for us to have right in order to attract the right type of FDI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor, for intervention. And the highlights here is the credible macroeconomic policy, fiscal policy, and of course, to control the inflation and the profitability for the investors. Thank you very much, Governor, for that. And please, Mr.
Thank you, Ambassador. And in the presence of the Deputy Governor, let me thank the Central Bank for its hospitality in inviting me, and also the Emerging Markets Forum for having me here. Africa is a very important priority for India, and to have this opportunity to attend an event that covers all of sub-Saharan Africa and give me this kind of exposure is terrific. Let me just talk a little bit about, as it were, the FDI experience of India in a country which I think has achieved macro credibility and stability and is still anguished about the FDI issue. And I'll just explain what the concerns are and how India has attempted to approach them. As the MC had indicated, I just stepped down recently from being effectively the Minister of Planning, or with ministerial rank at India's recrescent planning agency, Niti Aayog. So let me start by saying that from colonial times, India has had a very up and down relationship with FDI. Immediately post-war, there was a sense that India's domestic manufacturing had been crippled in the imperial period, so there was a very strong left-wing bias against FDI that got relaxed in 1991. I would say that to some extent, caution re-entered with the rise of China, amongst other things. And where we are right now is India is concerned about two things. One is about raising the share of manufacturing in its GDP, but second, also about its integration into global value chains. So I think the point I want to make based on the Indian experience is that getting the macro right is certainly important, getting exchange rate stability is certainly important, but it's not by any means the whole story. The second point that I would make is that there's something of a distinction between certainly portfolio and direct investment, but I want to focus within direct investment on the distinction between gross FDI and net FDI. And what do I mean by that difference? It is that Indian companies are now becoming interested in being active players overseas. And so not only industries, but also households, etc., they are beginning to invest abroad. So while gross FDI has been respectable, but not vibrant like China, net FDI has been more problematic, and the concern really has been why people are wishing to invest abroad. I'm not so concerned, but the numbers that the paper's focused on tend to be net FDI rather than gross FDI. The third issue is that certainly for India at the moment, the interest in gross FDI is very much connected with integration into global value chains, and that means attracting investment from multinationals, because multinationals, as we've seen spectacularly with the experience of China, are very important for global trade. I think if Ngozi had been here, she would have told us that 70% of global trade takes place between multinationals and its affiliates. So we have been very concerned to attract anchor investors, and that is something that Vietnam has done brilliantly. We have been less successful. Some would argue it is because our domestic entrepreneurs are a little bit uneasy about that. But let me just say that the commitment of the organization as put it ahead was very much to try and insert India into global value chains. And for those of you who are interested, we have done 3 important reports on the automotive sector, the electronic sector, and the chemical sector, where we go beyond macro stability and indeed go beyond trade policy to look at some of the other domestic policies. I'm more or less out of time, but with the indulgence of the chairman, I would just make one final point. The issue of the settlement of investment disputes, which is sometimes covered by so-called bilateral investment treaties, has also been a very vexed issue in our relationship with sovereigns and with the multinationals from those sovereigns, because the question of whether such disputes should be settled outside the country or inside the country has raised issues of sovereignty that the Indian state has been vexed by. I leave it at that, and thank you for your
Thank you very, very much for your presentation. I think let's now move to the next speaker. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy that the discussion we're having this afternoon is not framing the issue as FPI, that is the short-term inflows, portfolio investment against FDIs, because we recognize that both are needed. All right. But the question is, when you look at the inflows to the country in 2025, majority was the short-term one. But FDI is what everybody recognizes as that instrument that will drive long-term development. And it was a short, the ratio, FDI was about 4% of the inflows for last year, based on the data that I got from my strategy team. So the question then is, what policy measures we put in place to drive higher inflow? And it's a very easy question to answer, because all we need to do is to look at those countries where they are getting, having high inflows. And I like the paper that was presented by the keynote speaker. East Asian countries was used as case study. And what we see from what was presented, and I had the opportunity to review this paper on my way here, is that countries that attract high inflows focus on 3 things. One is the macroeconomic stability that has been mentioned by the 2 previous speakers. Second is improved governance. And third is enabling a business environment that promotes ease of entry, competition, and learning. So when you go to the macro and you look at the East Asian countries, there are qualitative indicators that investors watch out for, and that policymakers in those regions also track. It's about your fiscal stability. It's about pricing, your price stability. It's about FX volatility. It's about governance. It's about 6 of them. And when you look at how we fare against these East Asian countries on each of those indicators, our scorecard is not good at all. So while they're able to attract over 40% of FDIs, we are trading in a very low margin, about 4% or even less than that. So what do we need to do is to look at what those guys have done and replicate it. We need to look for measures that will help us to encourage investors, just like the first speaker said. Every investor is looking for returns, guaranteed returns. The ease of being able to repatriate their earnings when the time comes. The ease of doing business, regulatory predictability. They need all of those. They need to be sure that their investment and the returns will not get eroded over time. They need to be sure that their earnings will not be compressed beyond their expectation. So the same way we're using high yield to attract the short-term portfolio investors, we also need to look for measures. We also need to look for things to serve as incentives to the long-term investors. It will be about repatriation certainty, to know that when the time comes that they need to take their earnings out, it will be easy. It's about contracts that are enforceable. It's about regulatory predictability. It's about faster approvals, available infrastructure, and whatever it is that will engender a very good working environment. So the same way we're using high yields to attract a short-term portfolio investor, the same way we must also put these things in place. So that when the investors come and they know that over time, if this is 5 years, 10 years, and there's a change in government, their earnings are guaranteed, then they'll be encouraged to come. And when they know that, look, they can predict to a large extent what is likely to happen in the local market, they will also bring their funds. These are the things that should be concentrated on, so that we're winning, at the 2 ends of investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for keeping time. Now we have the next speaker. I'm not going to summarize what you said. That was a very good intervention. Next speaker, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and let me pay tribute to the organizers as well, and for our presenter on some of the critical issues that he raised. I've been pursuing international career for the last 30 years, and that took me to almost every country in Asia, except Afghanistan, every country in Africa except Libya, Algeria, Somalia, and Cape Verde. Now, for the last 30 years, there are a series of questions that haunt me as the son of Africa, with all this potential we have. Why Africa is not making the progress? Why the continent is not moving forward? That's number one question that has been puzzling me for the last 30 years. Africa has changed a lot, both in terms of the policy dynamics, and in terms of the articulation, and in terms of the world-class mind that we listened to in the last couple of days. Now, this is the same kind of caliber. You will find it elsewhere that is making progress. Why is Africa is not making progress with the kind of talent that it has, with the kind of history and potential that it has, what are the problems for Africa? It boils down to 4 questions to us. There is huge deficit in productive capacities in Africa. We need to address those ones. I will say in a minute what those productive capacities are. The second trap, the second challenge we have is the policy trap we have. There are too many hands in African policy making. Africa's policy space is heavily crowded, and we do not own our own policies and strategies. The third area within that policy area is we could not set our incentive structures right. We were advised to remove subsidies when the richest countries are heavily subsidizing the agricultural sector. Africa is deliberately made food independent instead of food dependent. And instead of exporting food and food-related items, the continent remains food insecure because agriculture subsidies to the agriculture sector have been completely abandoned. The US is #1 subsidizer in the world in terms of its agriculture sector. China does the same, Europe does the same. Despite the fact that our economies do not have the capacity to subsidize the agriculture sector, and despite the fact that 70% of our population is within the agriculture sector, agriculture was left to the forces of the market, which the market does not govern agriculture by itself if there is no deliberate efforts from the policy side. Now, we have institutional trap. Well, most of our institutions, most of the time, they are not looking at the potential within the countries. Our incentive structures are skewed towards attracting foreign direct investment, most of the time at the expense of domestic private sector. But we saw most of the private sector, the foreign investment that's coming is leaving most of the continent. So I have 1 minute. So we need to address that as well. There is the unbalanced incentive that we have been providing to the private sector. Unless we correct those distortions, then we will not be able to recalibrate our own private sector. And it's vital for Africa because the private sector generates jobs, add value to the economy, and that the private sector that helps Africa to connect to the regional and global value chains. And the final issue for Africa still have such disciplines. For us is to develop, we have been talking a lot about industrialization, transformation, and there's a transformation trap in Africa. Our industrial sector is growing, but it is the non-manufacturing component that is driving agriculture. We need to reverse that trend. It is the mining, the construction, and the transport that is driving agriculture, industrialization. So we have a false, misleading narrative about structural transformation, thinking that Africa is in the process of transformation, but it is stuck because there's no manufacturing. The average manufacturing value added in Africa is 7% and below. In Asia, it is 40 and above. So we need to reverse those kind of trends. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. You highlight a few things. The deficit of productive capacity is a challenge for Africa. Incentive package, the issue of institutional trap, and then you talk about unbalanced incentive, including subsidies. And the focus we have on the African continent in terms of the contribution of the manufacturing sector, which is just 7% compared to any other part of the world from this side. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now I think we are moving to the Q&A. Please.
Just to react to some of my colleague made on the panel, or is there no time?
Please, 1 minute.
Okay, fine. So I would just say that in addition to stability, the economic stability we've talked about, let's just reflect on political stability in a couple of contexts. First, let us remind ourselves that both Vietnam and China have a particular governance system that assures a kind of stability. Let us remind ourselves that Korea in its golden period and Japan in its golden period were essentially one-party states. So the question of reconciling comfort for the foreign investor with if you like, a multi-party democratic system is a more difficult challenge, I would argue. And the second point that I would make is about domestic investors and foreign investors. So domestic investors know how to play the domestic game, and they know what is the real rule book and what is wink, wink, nod, nod. Foreign boards are not willing to accept that. They believe that what's on the statute book, which may have been put there for political reasons, signalling reasons, was never meant to be taken seriously, be it labor laws or whatever, that they might be taken to court in their own countries. And so the question of that kind of level playing field is what I heard as being part of what my colleague had to say, and I think it's an important part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now we are moving to the section of Q&A for the panelists. I have the first question for you, Governor. If a Ministry of Finance and Central Bank had to choose one reform to prioritize in year one, that is fiscal consolidation, foreign exchange unification, credibility, or a targeted special economic zones skill push, which offer the fastest investment confidence payoff, and which builds the most durable capacity? 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. It's a fairly easy one for me. If you have multiple exchange rates, okay, I think that is one candidate, that you should immediately close. That is the fastest way to attract, confidence, from foreign investors. So this is